All right. I guess we may still see some people coming in the room, but I would suggest that we just get going. It's 15 minutes past our official starting time. So in order to keep track of the original timing, I suggest we just start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to this first session of today. My name is Sjoerd Ammerlaan. I work with the Global Secretariat of the World Energy Council in London as regional manager for Europe. Essentially, this means that I manage relations with the 32 member committees have in the Europe region as we define it. It is actually my first time at FOREN. It's my first time in Romania, for that matter, and it is really a big pleasure for me to be with you here. And let me also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Iancu and Mr. Stefan Gheorghe for their invitation to be here, for their kind hospitality, and also compliments to the team at the Romanian Member Committee for putting together and organizing a really interesting conference so far. Thank you very much. So we'll be discussing hydrogen today. What a timely topic it is. In fact, there doesn't seem to be a more buzzword than hydrogen in energy policy circles these days, as you can see some of the headlines there. And it was often also already mentioned in other sessions here at FOREN as well. So at the World Energy Council, we produce every year a publication we call the World Energy Issues Monitor Survey. Essentially, the Issues Monitor Survey takes a snapshot of the energy agenda globally as we ask energy leaders worldwide essentially two questions. What do you consider to be critical uncertainties, or in other words, issues that keep you awake at night, issues of big uncertainty and high impact? And the other question is, what do you consider to be the main action priorities, or in other words, those issues of high impact but less uncertainty? And if you look at how hydrogen has scored over the last 4 years or so in the Issues Monitor Survey, it is obvious that it has tracked, that it has grown significantly, both in critical and impactful as a topic for energy systems and energy transitions. However, also, it is still overall perceived as a topic with limited impact in 2022, which also prevents the issue from being seen as a critical uncertainty in all the regions except for Asia, and as an action priorities. Even if you look at the map for Europe, and I now realize this monitor is actually quite a bit away from where I stand, you see that with all the discussions around hydrogen and all the prioritization of hydrogen in European Commission strategies and so on, the issue doesn't seem to move a lot from one year to the next, which I find is an interesting conclusion. So looking at today's session and the agenda for today's session, I will start off by presenting on some recent work that the Global Secretariat has done on hydrogen. And I'm then also very pleased that I'm joined by two of my dearest colleagues from our Europe region for two other presentations on recent work that has been carried out on the topic of hydrogen, and of course I'll introduce those later. But throughout this session, I would also very much like to encourage you to come forward with your comments on the topic and your questions, and also perhaps reflect somewhat on what you see is happening here in Romania, for example, on the topic of hydrogen. So to start off my part of the presentation, the Council has done quite a bit of work actually on hydrogen recently. Last year we published a series of working papers looking at various aspects of hydrogen. And when I say the Council, it is really the Secretariat in London that coordinates this work. But in fact, it is always a matter of co-creation with our community, in the sense that we very much rely on expert input from throughout our community, throughout the world, in order to develop these papers. So we produced a series of working papers last year on various aspects related to hydrogen. And then that series, which we call Hydrogen on the Horizon, was then followed up by a series of regional workshops that allowed us to have, let's say, a bit further deep dives in what is happening on various regions throughout the world. And this input was then synthesized in the most recent paper, which is the topic of today's presentation. So you see the report here. It's also available for you for download on the World Energy Council website, of course, and available in 12 languages. One caveat, I should mention at the beginning perhaps, the report, or at least the input, the content was developed before the current conflict in Ukraine. And of course, this situation may impact on some of the developments around hydrogen as we go forward. So I thought it was useful just to mention that. So let's go into the key findings of the report. Not surprisingly, energy leaders globally are of the opinion that low carbon hydrogen can play a significant role by 2040 across the world to support countries' efforts to reach the Paris Agreement goals, and at the same time also contributing to diversity of supply and security of energy portfolios. But for this to happen, it would also require significant global trade flows of hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels to develop. The momentum for hydrogen is really growing worldwide. 21 countries have now published and established national strategies. More than 400 hydrogen projects have become online or have been announced to date, and there seems to be a lot of interest from investors and financial institutions globally. The cost of low-carbon hydrogen technologies, producing technologies, is decreasing also across the globe, with sometimes now low-carbon hydrogen reaching parity with hydrogen produced from fossil fuels, especially in view of the current high gas prices. So while the momentum for low-carbon hydrogen is growing worldwide, the regions globally take a very different route from each other in deploying hydrogen technology. And so we'll see probably very different paths of hydrogen development. And of course, this is only logical because the differences in the low-carbon hydrogen uptake across the region of course exist due to the differences in, for example, market opportunities and stakeholders' perceptions and the circumstances of hydrogen production and transportation locally. So as we move to, let's say, more of a question, not so much a question of whether hydrogen will play a role, but rather how hydrogen will be deployed, there's also still significant uncertainties that remain. For example, there's still a price gap compared to alternative fuels, and how can this price gap be overcome? There's also the issue of the time gap in the sense that to what extent can hydrogen really become online to such a degree that it can play a role in addressing the need to address climate change. It requires significant infrastructure to be developed, and the question is really whether this all moves fast enough in order for the world to use hydrogen by such a degree that it plays a significant role in reaching the Paris Agreement goals. There also seems to be a bit of a gap between, let's say, what engineers think is feasible and possible and what financiers are willing to pay. And that also means that it's interesting to have a look at what steps can be taken to make sure that those new business models can become online fast enough. So in the report you will find, for example, this map, which really shows those countries that have either a hydrogen strategy produced and published, or where a hydrogen strategy is under development. We also produced a map looking at import-export dynamics around hydrogen. This map is based on multiple external sources, including also, for example, data from the IAE in ARENA. And in addition, it was fine-tuned and analyzed with the help of 80 plus experts from around the world, from around our energy community. So what this map essentially shows, pinpoints, is major centers of export of hydrogen and major centers of import. And of course, this is, as the map, as the title already says, potential. We don't know. It's the best estimate using the data that is now available. So what you really see is that we've distinguished 5 country categories. Those are those countries that are strongly export-oriented. Those are the ones in dark blue. Then ones that are slightly export-oriented with a slightly lighter shaded blue. And then as you move to the imported-oriented countries, you first have slightly imported-oriented, which is the lighter shade of orange, and where you see dark orange, this is considered to be heavily import-focused centers around the world. And what you then see is that there seems to be potential for 2 importing hubs globally, major importing hubs. One is sort of centered around Northwest Europe, and the other one around Japan and South Korea. And if you look at the exporting hubs, they seem to be divided into, let's say, those countries that have hydrogen export on the basis of the abundance of cheap fossil fuels being available, such as Australia, for example, Canada and the Middle East, and those countries that have an abundance of renewable sources and are willing and interested to export those, such as, for example, in Africa and Latin America. So it's available for you. It's also available through a little bit of a motion thing, a video, if you're interested. And then the report also goes into some, let's say, key enablers that are necessary for hydrogen to scale up to a significant degree. At the global level, experts consider that for low-carbon hydrogen to develop at scale, it requires first a greater coordination between stakeholders at the global level in the immediate term to help the market develop and to better match supply and demand. And it is also in that context that you see that many bilateral partnerships are being developed around the world. And I should say this map is only a government-to-government reflection of these partnerships. Again, it's a best estimate of what we're seeing happening, but it does not take into account, let's say, B2B partnerships as well. It just gives a bit of an idea of what you see happening. Further, stronger coordinated climate action is also fundamental in driving low-carbon hydrogen interest, and it really requires the appropriate policies to be in place in order to really achieve the true potential of hydrogen. Furthermore, as was already mentioned, mobilizing public and private financing will be important, and in order to de-risk investments at the global level. Now, moving on to the national level, what we're seeing is that one of the most critical elements is actually to have this dedicated national hydrogen strategy in place. A well-defined strategy that tackles such questions as what are precisely the plans in our national context for hydrogen, where do we see the major applications for hydrogen, for example, and the regulatory priorities, the regulatory framework in order to make it happen. The economic and financial mandates and incentives need to be in place in order to develop it, including, for example, carbon pricing and all that sort of thing. So the national support for the development of hydrogen hubs is also key for the creation of local demand and supply jointly together. Also, there is really an urgent need, besides, let's say, looking at the business models, the policy, the regulatory framework, and so on, to really think of the societal aspects of creating a hydrogen economy and to really bring people into the debate as well. We should really focus also on, let's say, for example, the end user price. Because the increase of low carbon hydrogen demand will be cost sensitive. So part of the conversation should really also focus from moving, not only looking at the production cost of hydrogen, but in the end it's also about the end user price of hydrogen, which then also includes things like transport, storage, profit margins and so on. And it's not often that actually these other components make up finally a larger scale of the overall price rather than only looking at the production costs. Of course, creating a hydrogen economy also creates opportunities for new jobs. So it's also useful to see, okay, if we're going to create a hydrogen economy locally, and we have that ambition, what does that actually mean in terms of, do we have the people with the right skills in place in order to help develop this economy? Furthermore, the wider public also needs to be on board. Is the wider public ready to accept hydrogen as part of the energy mix and as part of some of the applications that are foreseen? So focusing a little bit on Europe, before I come to the end of this part of the presentation, this is just a further map where we zoom in on which countries in Europe have developed a hydrogen strategy up to today. And as I said, this is, let's say, the situation in March. It could already be outdated because the developments go so quickly. And also here a further picture on where we zoom in on these import-export centers that we see in Europe. Very much not surprising, because it was mentioned a lot already, Europe is really taking a lead globally in the development of hydrogen economies. European Commission has big ambition, as you know, in terms of hydrogen being part of the energy mix. Major use cases seem to be industry, so this is where we may see, let's say, the first movers, and then things like or other hard-to-abate sectors in the economy, such as heavy-duty transport, may follow from that. One of the critical questions, of course, for Europe is, where does all this decarbonized hydrogen come from? Does Europe actually have the capability, the capacity, and the, let's say, for example, also the simple land resources to develop all that hydrogen locally, domestically, or do we need to import a lot of hydrogen? And the question of that, the answer to that question, of course, affirmative, and this is very much the focus of the presentation of Jean-Luc Moncomble. Some issues, of course, also still need to be tackled. Including, for example, the issue of certification of hydrogen. And that is the presentation from our colleague Mayro Kusch of the Weltenergierat. She will present on a study that the German member committee has done in that area. So I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you very much. There is a lot more material available for you online, so I would certainly encourage you to have a further look if you're interested. But for the moment, I would like to now hand over to Jean-Luc Moncomble, who is the Secretary General of the Conseil de l'Énergie Français de l'Énergie, or the French Member Committee of the World Energy Council, who will present on a very interesting piece of work that was done by several member committees in the Europe region last year, looking at this issue of imports of decarbonized hydrogen into the European Union. So Jean-Luc, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to begin to say how happy I am to be here in Romania. The first time I went, it was 20 years ago for FOREN, and I think, well, it's very pleasant to be with you for a lot of reasons, of course. So, may I have the slides, please? Well, I will begin when the slide will arrive. So I will present to you a study which has been made in the framework of the Wake Europe, and the name of this study is Decarbonized Hydrogen Import in the European Union. And I have to say now that we have published this study, and you will have some copy available at the end of the meeting. What I want to say about this study is first to say a word about the organization of of the study. As Stuart said, it was based on the cooperation between some European member committees. I will not go in detail, but I think it was very important to be together. We were in a steering committee. We were, I don't remember exactly, 7 or 8 member committee representatives. We have, of course, worked with an economist whose name is Marco Baroni, who was, how to say, very key in the work. And we have also worked with OME. OME is Observatoire Méditerranéen de l'Énergie, and it was very important because when we discuss about hydrogen importation in Europe, we think about the idea to import hydrogen from the north of Africa, and it was, of course, a very good example of Mediterranean cooperation. So I will not quote all the people, but I want to insist on the fact that it was a very large cooperation around Mediterranean on this issue. The first point that I want to say is I will present very shortly the question that we have in mind. The first step is not written, in fact. The first step is how many hydrogen do we need in Europe? And when I set this question, I think that there are a lot of answers to this question, a lot of scenarios about the use of hydrogen at different horizons. But I think that most of the time, I would say 1 year ago, people don't speak about the major issue with this question, which is at what cost? When you don't ask for the cost, you can answer what you want. If I have no idea of the cost of hydrogen, all the answers are good. So the idea was to think about what would be the cost of hydrogen delivered in Europe. It was not a matter of production. Because production is not the only part of the cost. We have also to deliver after its production. And so we have spent a lot of time about the issue of the transport and distribution of hydrogen. In fact, the real output of the study is at what cost are we able to deliver hydrogen to the user? And I think it is a basis of the understanding of the demand because, of course, hydrogen has to be or to become competitive in the future. No competitiveness, no future for hydrogen. We have to be clear on this. We will not be able to produce an hydrogen which would not be competitive. So based on this firmer reflection, we have a think about what would be the part of demand of hydrogen, what would be produced in Europe. The scope is the European Union. What would be produced in Europe, what would be imported. And how to make this import possible? From what countries could it be possible to get hydrogen? And what would be the condition for this importation? And so when I say that, there is a first question. Why are we not able to produce all the hydrogen we need in Europe? First, I want to say that we speak about decarbonized hydrogen, because if we speak about hydrogen if we speak of carbonized hydrogen, it's easy to produce that. We need fossils, and we have the way to produce that. And when we discussed together in the steering committee, we found the solution that we were not able in Europe to produce so much hydrogen, in fact, and not so much that a lot of scenarios have in mind. And to give you some figures, today we use in Europe roughly 10 million ton hydrogen a year. And the objective in 2050 would be to produce 60. That is to say, 6 times this amount. What 60 come from? We have looked at all the production, all the strategic plan proposed by Stefan, for example, in the different countries. Of course, we are not so strong on this issue. And the discussion among us shows that we were able to produce half of the 60s. That is to say that 30 has to be produced in Europe, but 30 has to be imported from outside Europe. And the question is, of course, again, at what cost? So what are the different issues that we have in mind? First, we have uncertainties on the domestic demand and supply of hydrogen of the European Union. And I want to say that there is a very interesting issue on, I would say, chicken and egg. What is the first? Are we to first increase the demand, or are we to first to increase the supply of hydrogen? And I think, but it is to be discussed, of course, I think we have to be very careful, because up to now, the most important part of hydrogen in Europe is carbonized hydrogen. We don't use decarbonized hydrogen today in Europe, or a very, very small part. So if we increase the use of hydrogen now, we will use carbonized hydrogen. So we must be very sure, we have to be sure that we are able to produce decarbonized hydrogen between increasing the use of hydrogen. Because once industrial and users will have take the trend to use hydrogen and carbonized hydrogen, it will be very difficult for them to move. So we have to be very careful to progress at the same rhythm of the increase of production of decarbonized hydrogen, and at the same time to increase the demand of hydrogen. We have, of course, looked at very carefully at the different way to produce hydrogen. I will go in detail. The cost of the transportation and the distribution, because as I have said, it's very important to take that in account. And what would be the implication of energy and security on the power sector and on the gas sector, because there are relations on this issue. One of the very important points, which is always key for WEC, is that we have no ideological thought about on the way to produce hydrogen. We have considered all the possibility, all the technical possibility to produce hydrogen. First, very short, 2 slides, very quick. When we think about a product value chain, usually we use a production, transport, use. For hydrogen, I will not spend a lot of time on the next one. For the hydrogen, is very complex. It's very complex because you have a lot of use. You have different possibility to produce, decentralized, centralized production. We could import. We have different technologies to produce hydrogen. We have, of course, the importance of storage of hydrogen at the different level of the value chain. And you have a lot of interaction with the electrical and the gas systems. So it is, in fact, a complex issue, and it is not possible to deal with hydrogen too quickly, too rapidly, with some ideology point of view. First, a few examples about hydrogen. So today you see the production and the demand of hydrogen. It was in 2019. In Europe, we don't produce, we don't use a lot of hydrogen. I say 10 million tons hydrogen. What we have in mind is to progress in 2030 and mainly in 2050. What is very clear, and you don't shared one of the results of the WEC global study, which is very interesting, because in WEC there were made a comparison between all the global scenario. And when you look at the global scenario, it's very surprising, because from now to 2030, all the scenarios give the same result. But from 2030, there are a very large, very important diversity of the level of hydrogen demand. And why? Why all the scenarios say the same thing from now to 2030? We know that because we are people from the energy sector. In the energy sector, developing infrastructure takes time. And we need time to develop a new filière for hydrogen. So there will not be a lot of result from now to 2030. But after 2030, we could have a very strong increase of demand of hydrogen. And of course, of the production of hydrogen. These figures are the figures for Europe. That is to say that it is roughly the figures that I have said. We are today roughly at 10 million, and we will be roughly at 60 million ton in 2050. So you see the gap. The gap which has to be fulfilled by import. If we stay on this idea. For a comparison, here are the figures for gas, for methane, for example. And so we see with this example that the hydrogen issue is roughly on the same size of the importance of gas today and tomorrow in Europe. It gives us the feeling about the importance of hydrogen, of the development of investment, of course, if we want to give some relatively medium contribution of hydrogen to our energy system. A very short slide about the decomposition of the cost. As I have said, we have one of the objectives of the study is to look at the cost. So I have put on the slide some the different components of the cost. On the left, you have domestic production. When you have domestic production, you have mainly the top, what is to say the production with the different filières, and you have at the bottom in red, transport and distribution of hydrogen. But when you have to import hydrogen, it is on the right, sorry, you have more choice. That is to say that you can use pipe, you can use ship. If you want to use ship, you can use hydrogen, you can use ammonia. It's part of the technology which are used in some part of the world. You have perhaps to transport hydrogen liquid, perhaps, and each time you have cost. Each time you have loss of energy. And so we have to describe the whole chain if we want to be precise in the result. It is what, I don't say that we were successful, but I say that we have tried to do it. So the first result, I will go after in detail for the result, but the first result for Germany. So you have the same figures. On the left it is 2030, on the right it is 2050. And we have looked on different choices which would be possible for the production of hydrogen in Germany and for the production and for the importation of hydrogen. So for example, for the production, you can use electricity coming from the grid, from wind onshore, wind offshore, and from PV. And it is the four costs on the right. And after you have four possibilities also, which are to use the PV from North Africa with transportation by pipe. We could have SMR. At this time, we were discussing a lot with Russia. We were a member of the steering committee. And so production with SMR and with use, of course, of carbon capture and storage and importation by pipe. But we have also, at the opposite, possibility to produce hydrogen in Chile, where the cost of production are very low, and to import after hydrogen from Chile by ship. Of course, it's a cheaper option. It is a more expensive option in 2030, but as you see in 2050, it is not the most expensive option, and we have to be in mind that this kind of solution could be a part of the solution. What I want to say is that each set of costs depend on the choice of each country. For example, I will show you the same figure for France. In Germany, you don't find production from nuclear. I think that everyone knows what. But for France, we have introduced nuclear because it is for France one option. And you have here the same kind of result. That is to say that we have make all the calculus with the different options. And for example, in 2030, we see that the option of production of hydrogen with nuclear is a better option. But when we go in 2050, nuclear is always competitive, but it is not so clear. And the other option could be in competition with the production, with domestic production of nuclear. Why? I think that at this stage I have not share with you the result of very off discussion. And this off discussion was, why don't we produce more hydrogen in Europe? The answer is that it is not possible. We are not able to produce more hydrogen. Why? Because, for example, I take the example of France. In France, we have nuclear. We are proud to have nuclear. But we know that we must not develop so many reactors, so many new reactors in time to produce hydrogen. So we have used the reserve of production of nuclear energy to produce this hydrogen. Other example, for why don't we need more PV or wind to produce hydrogen? Because there is less and less acceptability of wind in Europe. So it's not possible. It is not that we don't want, but it is not possible because of citizen acceptability. And we have to be aware of that producing hydrogen need energy, need a lot of energy. We will show that in detail. Another, yes, I want to go in detail because we have not made this work, but we have tried to have a qualitative approach of this issue. On this issue, you see in yellow the power of the PV. It is example, an electrolyzer and PV production. PV power in yellow, electrolyzer power in green. It's not the same level. Why? Because, as you know, perhaps, we have to use electrolyzer on a common time. That is to say that when you stop the use of electrolyzer, the efficiency of the electrolyzer decreases a lot. And so we have here an issue with PV, because PV, during the day it's okay, during the night, no. So what is the best use of PV with the electrolyzer? So the example shows that one way is to downsize the power of the electrolyzer in comparison with the PV power. So you limit, in fact, the time where the PV is not used. Here we have an example. The excess, the PV is used mainly for the electrolyzer, and the excess of production is sent to the grid. You can have another example where it is the opposite. That is to say that PV is mainly used for the grid, and the excess of PV is used for the electrolyzer. But in any case, I don't know if you see this figure, sorry. The efficiency of the electrolyzer is very low, in fact. And so, if the efficiency is very low, the cost will be very high. And not a lot of people make this kind of calculus. We don't do this calculus, but we are trying to express the importance to do that. Another one solution would be to have batteries. And so the problem becomes a little difficult. That is to say that you have PV, you have the electrolyzer, and you have storage. And part of the day, you use the electricity produced by the electrolyzer to go to the battery, and you will use the battery during the night. So you will, in this way, there is a kind of optimization to do where the system could be more efficient. But at this stage, you must have a high power of PV in order to bring the right quantity of electricity to the electrolyzer. And this kind of solution has a very bad point. Batteries are not very good for the environment, and it is not possible in this case to speak of green hydrogen. It is no more green because of the batteries. So, well, a lot of issues to deal and to discuss before going to apparently very easy solution. The cost. The cost is very important, and you have seen in the former that the costs which are in orange and red are a very important part of the total cost when the hydrogen is imported. So what we have made a very useful kind of calculus about the cost. You have here the costs which are function of the distance of the transportation, and you have three main technology, pipeline or ship, and for ship we have hydrogen liquid or ammonia. Ammonia has a lot of quality to be transported, mainly when at the arrival it is used for chemicals. because very often for chemicals, hydrogen is transformed first in ammonia. So if you transport ammonia, it could be a good idea. What is important to show is that, for example, on the last part of the scheme, you can see that there is, in terms of transport, a good competition to come from, to import hydrogen from Australia or from Chile, where the hydrogen is produced at a very, very low cost. Here, very quickly, is an example of the decomposition of the cost, the total cost, and you see the small line which gives an example of the uncertainty of the cost, because we have tried to find a kind of error on the calcul of the cost. What I will not go in detail. You see that the cost is a lot of uncertainty, and what is the result is that for all the costs we could be 50% higher or 40% lower. So we have a very large error on the calcul that I present to you, and it is just a word to say that we have to work more on this issue in order to have better result. I come now on the need of capacity, and this capacity, first I speak about capacity of electricity production in order to produce hydrogen. It is a consistency with all the figures that I have given before. Here I am in the European Union, and what you see on the screen is, before thinking hydrogen, what are the forecasts of development of solar and wind. And you see that these developments, as you know, are very ambitious. And it was the figure 1 year ago. Now, after Fit for 55, REPowerEU, it is higher more. But it was a figure 1 year ago, roughly. If you develop hydrogen, you must not use the renewable energy which has been forecast for the grid. You must develop new capacities of production of wind and on PV. So what are the figures? Here. That is to say that just in European Union, for example, for solar PV, you have a factor 4, you will have a factor 8. But we know already that factor 4 is not so easy to reach, but it will be 8. And I don't go in detail in the figure. Of course, for the last one, wind offshore, the figure 31 is a little, well, not very, we are so high, so low now that it's easy to progress. But it's important to show you that it is, with the development of hydrogen, of decarbonized hydrogen produced with renewables, there is a very important challenge in terms of investment in renewables. And it is the same in North Africa. The idea, for example, our friend from Germany, and I hope that Mayra is with us and she knows that, an idea would be to produce hydrogen in the north of Africa and to import this hydrogen in Europe. But it needs more capacity in these countries. And the examples are here also very important. I don't go in detail I will come back with euro, because now we are just in terms of gigawatt, but in euro it will be also very important figures. But we must have in mind, it is what we call additionality criteria, that we have to increase on a very important way the production of renewables if we want to have decarbonized hydrogen in Europe. Here is the capacity. So we have to develop a capacity of production of hydrogen. That is to say that we have to invest in electrolyzer, we have to invest in SMR with carbon capture and storage. And you see here the capacity, not so far from 300 gigawatt to develop in terms of only electrolyzer. In terms of electricity, it is in terms of investment. So for that, you see, you have to develop electrolyzer, you have to develop solar PV, you have to develop SMR, as I said, and also we have to develop methane supply, because if we want to use more methane with capture and storage to produce hydrogen, we have to develop the supply of gas. And so we are at this stage not so far 500 billion euro in the period 2021-2050. But I have forgotten something. I have forgotten the transport and the distribution. The total is 900 billion euro from 21 to 2050. Hydrogen is not very... we have to find the way to finance this very important investment. We have to keep that in mind. What are the, I am at the conclusion of what I want to say to you. What are the conditions? Some condition has been already expressed by Sherd, and of course this study, which is a WEC study made in Europe, is totally consistent with what is said at the global level. First, coordination of all infrastructure. Hydrogen is not an energy, it is a secondary energy. It's not an energy. It is an energy as electricity or heat, and so it has to be coordinated with the all other vectors, electricity, gas, heat. It is a systemic approach that we need. Implementation of very clear regulatory framework. I will not go in detail because some point will be discussed by Mera, but I have mainly in mind the issue of the quality of hydrogen, the technical and the safety issue. Safety issue, people who are against hydrogen say, well, hydrogen is dangerous. Well, a lot of products are dangerous, but we know how to deal safety issue. Just we have to take that into account. We are industrial people who are able to deal with risk, but we have not. The risk is to deny that there is a risk. But no problem with the safety issue if we deal with that. Certification will be dealt by Mera, and what is very important also is the creation of a stable relationship with key trading partner, because as you have seen, it means a lot of investment, for example, in North Africa, and this country will not be able to produce by themselves the investment, so we have to have a coordination. I want to add a point that has not been quoted by Sherd, because it's for me very important. Very often we speak of the color of hydrogen. We speak of green hydrogen, we speak of blue hydrogen, we speak of all the rainbow. And I think hydrogen is a serious thing. And two serious things to be deal with color. I think we have to be responsible people and don't to use blue, don't use green. We have to say what is the carbon intensity of hydrogen. Is it 2 tons of CO2 per kilo? 3 is the limit for European Union, as you know, to say that it is a low carbon hydrogen, more or less, I don't know. But what we see is this example, mainly with the example when I have used a battery. Is it that the fact to say green hydrogen means nothing. You could have green hydrogen with a lot of carbon inside. And when you say blue hydrogen, that is to say hydrogen with capture and storage, everyone here knows that it depends on the rate of capture. If you have a rate of capture which is low, it is blue but not very good. If you have a high rate, it is blue, but it's good. So please, stop using blue, green, yellow, what you want. And as you know, it is a position of the World Energy Council to suggest to be more rigorous about hydrogen. I think hydrogen is a serious thing, and we need to do that. Here is a synthesis of what I have said to you, so I think that I can skip that and give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jean-Hugues, for your presentation and for taking us through the analysis and the conclusions of this report. It is indeed a very fascinating piece of work, And I would really invite you and encourage you to have a further look. It is available through the website of the French member committee. It is available through the website of the German member committee, who was also part of the steering committee. It is available through the World Energy Council website. So please have a further look, because there's a lot more interesting analysis and graphs for you there in that study. Before we switch to Mayra Kusch's presentation, I would like to briefly give you an opportunity to perhaps ask Jean-Hugues any questions that you may have on the basis of his study. And I see a hand over there, and I think a microphone is coming your way.
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. My question is, can we speak about a specific industrial activity for producing hydrogen? I mean, large industrial consumers, which at the end of the process produce as an output the hydrogen. Can we speak about in these terms?
I think the question comes to the issue that you mentioned also, is if you look at the ambitions for, or the possibilities for hydrogen, let's say up to the period until 2030, and you refer to that as well, there's a couple of big challenges ahead to actually realize the ambitions for hydrogen as they are foreseen in various scenarios, including from the European Commission, the IPCC, and so on. One of them is the question around the infrastructure that is needed for all that. Will that be put in place in time in order to make it happen? The other one is what you refer to as the chicken-egg problem between supply and demand. Should we start producing hydrogen first under the expectation there will be sufficient demand in order to pick that up? Or do we need to focus first and get the big users, the big industries, or whatever economic sectors that are foreseen as big hydrogen consumers to have their buy-in? And I think what your question goes is like, what do we see in terms of this demand issue? What are the issues? So how do you see that issue?
Okay. The first point, during the first part of the year, we have all read the publication of the IPCC. The IPCC report, which is quite alarming. They tell us 3 years. 3 years to inverse the trend, and they say that we have roughly 10 years to really decrease carbon emission. So in this point, I think that perhaps it is the only question about hydrogen on which I can give a clear answer. Could hydrogen technology contribute to the fight against climate change before 2030? The answer is no. It's clear. Because the time to develop the infrastructure, as you have seen, it will be after 2030. I don't say that we must not do that. But I say that it is not the contribution that we have to do before 2030, which is a different point. And I want to insist on that. But before 2030, no. And to be honest, as you know, there were elections in France, and I was personally, as other people, furious, because all the candidates, when they were asked, what will you do for climate change? Well, I will develop hydrogen. Wow. Well, sorry, I'm a little furious. About the second question, I think it's a matter of competitiveness. Up to now, we have tried to show cost, but it is not the total cost, in fact, for the user, because we are not able to say what will be the cost for the user to transform his industry. We don't know that. We are on the energy sector. We are not chemistry, in the chemistry industry or in the steel industry. So the industry who want to switch toward hydrogen has to take account of what we have tried to say. And of course, I want to say, I am careful with this figure, but I want just to say that we have to consider the global cost, production plus transport, but they must have to add the cost of the transformation of the system in their own industry. And at this stage, you will have the total cost of switch toward the hydrogen. And the only question, of course, we could have a transitory time, but in the medium or long term, the question is it lower cost than other solutions? If the answer is yes, we will have hydrogen. If the answer is no, we will have no hydrogen. And when I say total cost, I include the CO2 price and so on and so on. Of course, I take a really total cost. But at the end of the day, there is only one criteria, the cost. And it is my point of view. And when we look at some detail, it's difficult to answer this question because you have to go in detail. Perhaps we will have the time to go in detail in one or two examples later. But when you want to go in detail, it takes time. It is more a work of engineer to explain at each stage what is the cost, what are the efficiency, how many you lost when you want to go to gas to liquid hydrogen, for example, what is the importance of the storage, evaporation during the storage, for example. If you stay, a lot of issue, and if you don't integrate that, you make mistakes.
Yeah, and also a brief reflection from my side. So I'm actually based in Groningen, which is in the north of the Netherlands. And I don't know if you know this, but Groningen used to be, or still is, a major gas producing region historically since the 60s. But the gas production in the region has also caused significant problems in the sense that it has always caused minor earthquakes to appear as well. And so over recent years, with the increase of that happening, the public acceptance of gas production just diminished. There's no public support anymore for continuing the gas production in the Groningen region. So it has now been decided to actually leave gas in the ground, and the ambition for the region is now very much to develop itself as one of the major hydrogen hubs in the Northwest European market. In fact, the region is the first region as a so-called hydrogen valley as defined by the European Union. And coming back to your question about supply and demand, the only way that this is now happening is that from the beginning, the whole supply chain that is needed in order to make the hydrogen economy work has worked together from the start. So not only was it looking at the production and whether we can actually, develop in this case, large offshore wind parks that are needed to feed the decarbonized hydrogen, but at the same time to work with the off-takers, so the demand side of hydrogen. And in this case, there's a large chemical cluster, for example, in the north of the Netherlands, who has been on board from the beginning in order to make this happen. Transport costs, because it was such an important gas-producing region, it has a dense network of gas infrastructure that can be used for the transport of hydrogen, and those gas companies were on board from the beginning as well. And then you need the skilled people and the workforce to be involved. So the educational institutes, universities, but also at the vocational level, worked together with industry to make sure that we have tracks in order to make sure that we actually have the right trained people. So this is only just to illustrate that really in order to make it happen locally, you need to have all the players around the hydrogen value chain on board in these developments. But
just a word because you quoted the use of the gas infrastructure. What I have understood, we have a lot of interview to build this study. And what I have understood from people from the gas sector is that not all the infrastructure of gas are useful for hydrogen. So we have to be careful. Some of them, some kind of infrastructure could be dangerous if they are used for hydrogen. Others are very good. So we have to be careful on that. A lot of work to do.
Well noted, well noted. I see you have a follow-up question. May I kindly encourage you to keep it in mind? Because in the interest of time, I think it is good to now move to our final presentation. If we have some time left, I will make sure to get back to you. One of the conditions that was mentioned by Janut for a successful scale-up of hydrogen is also the issue of a well-designed certification scheme for hydrogen. And I'm pleased that Mayra Kusch from the Weltenergierat, or the German member committee, is with us today to present on an interesting study that they have produced together with the German development agency, DENA. Now, Mayra, we haven't actually seen you yet, so I hope that, that you are with us and joining virtually from Berlin. We can see you here, and I would give you the floor, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Can you give me a sign? Because
yes.
I cannot see you.
We can see and hear you well.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and hello from Berlin. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person, but hopefully maybe next year. I will try to share my slides. Just a second. Can you see them?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yes, well, as World Energy Council Germany, we did a study back in 2020 where we analyzed which countries had already announced or published hydrogen strategies. And back in 2020, only a couple of countries really had just announced or published a national hydrogen strategy. And if you have a look at the map right here, the number of countries that has published a national strategy for hydrogen use and hydrogen production have increased significantly in the past, basically in the past couple, 2 years. And as you can also see on this slide, and I really don't want to dwell on this too much because, well, we're short on time and Short has already touched on a similar slide. But if you have a look at this map, you can really see that the hydrogen activities and the hydrogen strategies, have basically become a global issue. You can see on this slide the countries that have already published a hydrogen strategy and also the countries that are planning to publish a strategy and that are just discussing initial policy action or support for pilot projects. So as you can see, hydrogen is really has really become has gotten momentum and has become a global topic. And at the same time, we've also seen the development of international hydrogen partnerships. And both Short and Jean-Luc have mentioned that before. These partnerships often build on bilateral agreements between countries that are planning to import hydrogen and derivatives, as you can see, Germany, and on the other hand, countries that are planning to export hydrogen, for example, Australia or Morocco. And we expect the number of countries or the number of partnerships between states to increase in the future because, well, it's a good way to develop hydrogen technologies, to build hydrogen value chains, and to, in the end, establish trade relationships. And this actually brings me to my presentation, on the report we did with Dana, because in line with what Jean-Luc said previously, to create stable relationships between trading partners, we found that the implementation of a clear regulatory framework is crucial. And such a regulatory framework includes the certification for renewable and low-carbon hydrogen. Therefore, in January, we published a study together with the German Energy Agency, Dana, on the global harmonization of hydrogen certification, because we found that the certification of renewable hydrogen and its derivatives is a central instrument for demonstrating first the renewable properties of green hydrogen, and by that making it distinguishable from its chemically identical fossil equivalent. And therefore, certification is an important precondition for the trade in renewable hydrogen, and in the end, also for the emergence of a global hydrogen market. Just let me have a quick sip of water. And what we saw was that there's already a variety of hydrogen standards globally, but they vary in terms of their requirements for the hydrogen production, which means if you get the produced renewable hydrogen certified according to the requirements of a certain market A, then you cannot simply put the hydrogen produced on a market B unless you get the volume certified again according to the existing legislation of market B. And then in the end, this means less flexibility for producers to address different international markets. And therefore, we asked ourselves, would it be possible to harmonize different standards in order to enable really a global harmonization system for renewable hydrogen? And as part of our paper, we looked at several standards and regulatory frameworks, which you can see on this slide. So we had a look at, for example, Certify, ISCC+, the China's Hydrogen Alliance standard, H2 Global, which is a German funding program for hydrogen, and a couple of more. And as you can also see, the analyzed schemes cover different markets, for example, the European Union, China, Japan, the USA, specifically California and UK. Some of those are voluntary schemes, which are indicated as V in this slide, and some are marked as R because they merely mirror the regulatory framework in place. And in our report, we assessed similarities and differences between those schemes to, in the end, derive a result of whether a harmonization of these standards globally would be possible. And among others, we compared the certification governance and the sustainability requirements for the hydrogen production. For example, the eligible carbon sources, which can be, for example, industrial point source, for example, from a coal plant, or bionic carbon from biomass, or naturally occurring carbon from the air. What we found was that all standards have in common the electricity or the renewable electricity as an input. However, the tracking model differ according to different standards. And this is actually what you can see in the bottom column. So there are two different tracking models, which is book and claim on the one hand and mass balancing on the other hand. Book and claim very generally means that you can trade the renewable hydrogen volume and the certificate apart from each other. Mass balancing, on the other hand, means that you can only trade both together, so the hydrogen volume and the certificate, which is very important when you have a look at the European Union, because their mass balancing is, according to RED II, the Renewable Energy Directive, is the required tracking model as of now. If we go to the next slide, we also had a look at different greenhouse gas emission requirements compared to a fossil baseline and greenhouse gas emission calculation boundaries. And this is what you can see in this slide. So different schemes also have different system boundaries. For example, the certified scheme uses a well-to-gate scope, which means that the scope of the greenhouse gas methodology ranges from the source of electricity to the point of renewable production. And on the other hand, the well-to-wheel scope ranges from the electricity source to the end user. So basically from the electricity input to the hydrogen use. Then we also assessed a number of other criteria, for example, the land use change, which is a criterion which basically intends to protect biodiverse rich land. And we also had to look at, for example, social impact and whether that is a topic in the scope in the scheme assessed. To give, in the end, a very brief overview of the results, what we found was the use of renewable electricity inputs, the mass balancing as a tracking model, and the eligible carbon sources are the most harmonized sustainability criteria. However, when we're coming back to the question of whether we can achieve global harmonization or a globally harmonized carbon certification system for renewable hydrogen, we found that we probably won't be able to implement one at this point. And this is mainly because countries or markets with particularly ambitious criteria for the production of renewable hydrogen from renewables, such as the EU, will unlikely abandon those in favor of a globally harmonized system. And therefore, in the end, we are proposing a plan concept, or the idea of a plan concept. And with the hydrogen produced according to this plan concept, you would be able to place the hydrogen on all markets assessed. And the plan concept is based on the following criteria or elements. a direct connection between the electrolyzer and the renewable power plant, a 70% greenhouse gas reduction of the produced hydrogen compared to reference value of 94 grams CO2 equivalents per megajoule, and then as a carbon source, atmospheric carbon from direct air capture. And in addition, this chain of custody must be traced by mass balancing. By fulfilling these criteria, hydrogen producers would comply with all the regulations that we assessed and therefore could gain access to all the markets. However, there's a big but. Since these criteria are rather ambitious, the plant concept is also linked to relatively high production costs. And that is a big problem, of course, as we heard before. Costs are very important with regard to, global hydrogen market and making hydrogen, really cost competitive. Therefore, in the report, we also present alternative plants concepts which would be suitable for different hydrogen standards and regulations, because for a large part, also leaner plant concepts would satisfy the existing criteria for renewable hydrogen. Because, for example, the certification schemes in China and Japan also allow for electricity from the grid. So you wouldn't have to have a direct connection between the electrolyzer and the renewable power plant. And therefore, a very important point to note at the end is that this plant concept doesn't state that the indirect connection, so meaning using electricity from the grid, would be less sustainable. It just means that there's a big heterogeneity on the issue of electricity from the grid when comparing all these standards. So if you want to avoid this heterogeneity, you would have to use a direct connection between the electrolyzer and the renewable power plant. And you would also have to produce hydrogen with a greenhouse gas reduction of 70% compared to a fossil baseline, and use atmospheric carbon as a carbon source. So concluding my presentation, we found that at this point at least, a globally harmonized certification system for renewable hydrogen is unlikely at the moment, as standards differ considerably globally. And therefore, we propose a plant concept which enables to place hydrogen, and especially renewable hydrogen, on different markets. And of course, you can find my report or our report on our website. So this is really just a very short glimpse. And if you have questions, I'm very happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mayra, for your presentation and taking us through what is happening globally, really, around the question of certification of hydrogen. It's interesting to see, and it's something that you see more often in terms of standards, where you see these standards being developed in parallel in various parts of the world rather than in concert. So I was wondering, I don't know if you have any idea of where this may go and sort of what standard may in the end prevail. For example, if you look at what Europe is doing, would you consider that the European standards are now, sort of seem to be surfacing as the standards that may prevail in the end? Would you consider the EU to be a front runner here?
That is a very good question indeed. That is also something we asked ourselves. Well, in the end, it is not an easy question to answer, really, because the European Union is considered a role model in terms of standard setting, and it has been for quite some time a front runner in the hydrogen area, and also with regard to certification. However, the EU is currently discussing hydrogen certification, so it's not set in stone yet. However, the criteria for sustainability or for the hydrogen production in the end are very ambitious at this point. And I really see a danger that there's a risk that hydrogen producers could go to other markets, and that the EU will lose attractiveness in the end if the criteria are too strict. So it's really hard to say at the moment which criteria will prevail. The EU has a very interesting regulatory conditions which incentivize the production of renewable hydrogen. So at the moment, we're still a front runner, but if the criteria for the hydrogen production prove to be too strict, it could lose competitiveness in the end. So it's hard to tell in which direction it will go.
All right, thank you very much. Janut, would you like to comment on the issue of certification of hydrogen?
No, because Mira said a lot of things, and just to say that I think it's a key issue. Of course, it's a key issue, and of course we have a production issue, we have a transport issue, we have technical issue, we have economic issue, but we have also very important regulatory issue. I say in regulatory issue, certification, safety, quality, and so on.
Yep. So are there any questions from the audience about Mayra's presentation? First, the gentleman there.
Thank you for your presentation from France. I want to ask you, you had a figure there with existing nuclear and nuclear with an increase up to 2050. How can you explain this increase? Because the whole European Council allocated very large amounts of money for research to decrease the cost.
I think this is actually a question for Janut, is that right?
I would think so too.
If you want to answer, no problem. I am looking on the figure to answer to you.
You have the nuclear spare. What is spare?
Yeah.
Existing nuclear in 2030 and up to 2050 nuclear spare. What do you understand by spare?
What we say is that what we have done, as you know, it is for nuclear like for hydrogen. We need time to produce, to invest in new reactor. Everyone knows that. So in short term or in medium term, we don't take the possibility to have new reactors. It's very clear, that is to say that in 2030, the use of nuclear energy to produce hydrogen is produced by an increase of the availability of the actual reactors. That is to say that we produce a little more with the reactors, and we use this supplement of energy to produce hydrogen. After we can, we have in 2050 we have different hypotheses, because in 2050 it is possible to have new reactors, and as you know, it is in fact it has been decided in France to have new nuclear reactors. So we have integrated the possibility to have more energy, nuclear energy, used for producing hydrogen, but coming from new reactors. So the answer is not the same in 2030 and in 2050. I don't know if it is the answer to your question, more or less.
Does that answer your question?
No.
No. I'm...
Okay, maybe you should make sure to meet with Janut bilaterally afterwards to clarify what exactly that it is that you mean.
If you want, at the end of the meeting, you come and we discuss.
There was another question over there.
Yes, very interesting, the presentation from Dena. This reminds me a discussion we had yesterday about the World Energy Council studies regarding the long-term strategy at the global level. And among the scenarios they prepared, one of the scenarios is entitled Unfinished Symphony. And in this scenario, the logic is that the development should be coordinated at the global level, and a legal and regulatory framework should be in place in order to achieve certain results, wished result or envisaged result. Now, I understand in Germany, DENA is the institution in charge to provide regulation for the energy market, and in this respect, it takes all the responsibility for, let's say, hydrogen regulation, and all the studies you are doing shows this. Do you think will be necessary another institutional framework in which a special authority for hydrogen will be needed?
Well, I can speak for DENA, as I'm not from DENA, but from WEC Germany, so from the German member committee of the World Energy Council. But of course, in general, you are right, and it would be, of course, advantages if we had, at least in Europe, if we had finally a framework, a regulatory framework for the production, but also for the use of hydrogen. You know, and certification is just really one aspect of that. Then, of course, there's the safety standards. Then there's the standards with regard to hydrogen use, which Jean-Luc also stressed. So, well, I mean, in general, we also have to mention that, of course, as Germany, we're always looking to the European Union because we're part of the EU and we're part of the European market. So, of course, there are already regulatory bodies which are putting in place regulation for hydrogen, and they are also currently in the middle. Maybe you're aware that the European Commission just released a delegated regulation on basically on the criteria for the renewable hydrogen production. There's a consultation phase at the moment going on where member states can say whether it's good, whether it's not, what they would like to change. So we're in the middle of this process, but of course the European Commission is a very important body to, well, at least to give guidance for the regulatory framework for hydrogen use. So we already basically have these bodies. But then, of course, with regard to certification, there are also certification bodies within the EU who will do the certification and the auditoring. But there's also something that yet has to be established. So we don't have that yet, as this whole process of having a regulatory framework for hydrogen is still in the middle of development. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you very much, Maya. And I think, as more often, you know, with all the expectations around hydrogen, the global sort of trade flows that we may see happening over the coming decades, we can only say that the more harmonization around things like certification happens globally, the easier it just gets for everybody to, in order to scale up hydrogen and build those hydrogen economies around the world. Are there any further questions? I see two more hands. Let's go there first. Jordan.
Thank you. I have two questions, one for Mr. Moncomble and one for our online speaker. Oh, is this? Okay. So two questions. Just to clarify where the first question is coming from, I work for a gas DSO. And for us, it is pretty clear that once the EU climate law was in force 2 years ago, that was practically the death sentence for natural gas. So for a gas DSO, it's the obvious, let's say, course of action to try to upgrade the infrastructure to hydrogen. However, although most of the components of the transmission and distribution system, let's say, are more or less compatible with hydrogen, we are still having some difficulties in finding equipment suppliers which either refuse or do not have the courage to place the stamp on some equipment saying they are hydrogen ready. So my question is towards you is if this effort to, let's say, harmonize the certifications Does it envisage the whole value chain of hydrogen, and at what point is Germany right now? I think Germany should take the lead, because the European Commission just establishes some milestones, some binding obligations, but I think it is unfair that the gas DSOs and transmission systems by extension should take over the responsibility, let's say, freely, and it's a shift of burden towards DSOs and TSOs, which I found unfair. And the second question to Mr. Moncomble, because I fully agree with you about the system of colors. So my question would be, is 1 megawatt of hydrogen, and just to be precise, is 1 megawatt of hydrogen produced from renewable sources, just to avoid the word green, is the equivalent of 1 megawatt of methane or biomethane? Because this relates to the book and claim system that our online speaker presents, because currently, at least in Europe, the book and claim system for hydrogen is not possible commercially wise. You have to have a physical link between point A and point B to be able to exploit the book and claim system. And I believe this is an important question for my country, because I think it could be a regional player in terms of hydrogen potential. But I don't believe that the infrastructure could be developed in time so that the hydrogen could flow from Romania to wherever the hydrogen produced from renewable sources is needed. Thank you.
Mayra, would you like to go first?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Well, I can try. I'm not really sure whether I understand the question correctly, but with regard to German developments, well, of course, we have a lot of developments with regard to hydrogen in the German market already. Of course, German companies are always looking to the EU. Yeah, with regard at least to the regulation, the EU, especially the Commission, is an important standard setter. It is how it is. But then, of course, we are seeing developments within the within the German market, especially from economic players. So, of course, we see the development of, for example, certification schemes that are already in place. So you can already certify renewable hydrogen and also blue hydrogen in Germany. In the end, it's just important for the EU regulation to be in place, because this is where you get the money in the end. You know, that is very important with regard to cost, with regard to market ramp up. So it is important to get subsidies, and therefore, if you produce hydrogen, you have to be also, you have to comply with EU regulation in order to get those subsidies. That is one point. But then, of course, we already have initiatives on the German market for standard setting. And also with regard to hydrogen use, for example. So we already see developments with regard to hydrogen-ready technologies. We also see discussions among players with regard to using hydrogen within the existing natural gas infrastructure. So, of course, we have these developments, and I think they're very, very important, because especially when looking to a global level, we see developments all over the world, and of course the other countries, and especially the hydrogen producers, are not necessarily waiting for the EU and for Germany to have a regulatory framework in place. They want to move forward, and especially if we look to Asia, for example, I think there's a much more pragmatic approach to hydrogen production and to hydrogen use. So it's more about ramping up hydrogen and for establishing a hydrogen market, and less about setting very ambitious criteria in the beginning. And so, yeah, we have to move forward as Germany, but also as the European Union, because otherwise we won't be a front runner much longer. I hope this answers your question to some part.
The second question, Jean-Luc.
Yes, it will be easy because I don't know, in fact. I don't know answer to your question because what I have in mind, in fact, is that I have a lot of questions to answer to your question. That is to say that because we have tried mainly in the steering committee to discuss this kind of issue, we don't agree. In fact, we have different point of view, and I participated in France to some working group about hydrogen. Even in France, we are not on the same line. It's what I want to say is that we have to look at the diversity of the solution each time, in fact. And I want to take an example. We have work on in France on the way to use hydrogen for aeronautics, for the plane. And so it's a difficult issue. There is a strong link for the use of hydrogen for plane. There is a strong link with harmonization and certification. Because if you want to develop hydrogen for plane, you must have hydrogen at the departure, but at the arrival too. Because in any case, if you have not hydrogen at the arrival, it will be difficult to come back. So it's just a way to show that things are very complex. And about the use of hydrogen for the plane, we have a lot of solutions we can use. For example, we have a look at the possibility to have a hydrogen grid, for example, and with a centralized production of hydrogen, we could have a decentralized production of hydrogen, but in this case it is near the airport, and so you have to increase the footprint of the airport, and so you are very quickly on an issue with acceptability of this of the hydrogen solution. And I think that it is this issue of acceptability, what I have quoted very quickly, is in fact perhaps in Europe one of the major difficulties to develop hydrogen using renewable, because renewables need more or less needs a lot of land, and people are not ready to give this land. I will give you a figure, for example. If you have already come in Paris, perhaps you have land to the airport Roissy-Charles de Gaulle, which is the Paris airport. It is a very large airport, and we have imagined with people who know the plane what could be the part of the flight which could use hydrogen. There are conditions. I am not able to discuss that. I am just able to repeat. But roughly half of the flight could use hydrogen. But to produce this hydrogen, you have to multiply by 3 the surface of the airport to produce with PV or with other renewable energy the capacity to produce hydrogen. When the airport wants to increase from 1 square kilometer the surface of the airport, we have demonstration, we have, it is impossible. So how can we do with that? And it's just, I know I don't answer the question, but I want just to show that we have a lot of issues which are not technical, which are not economic, but we come from the acceptability with the political decision, and so I don't know how to answer your question.
There was one final question there.
Yes.
And we'll make it the final question because we're running over time, but we started a little bit later as well.
I will try to be very short. Petru Rușeț, Siemens Energy, Romania. First of all, many thanks for the presentation. Really very interesting to have this point of views. I want to put a question from our perspective, being a front runner in developing the technology for the future usage of hydrogen and producing the hydrogen, but having in mind also two essential things for the future decades. One, 2040, 50% bigger demand of electricity, and secondly, we want to produce affordable energy in the future. And having in mind what you say about cost, about 2030, how do you see this two very important trends for the next 2-3 decades with hydrogen for sure?
I think the question is for me. I think I have shown some ideas about cost. I have, to be honest, this cost has been calculated, as you can imagine, with a lot of uncertainty. It was just to give the flavor or some numbers. I want just to recall, because I have not a lot of figure about that. I want just to recall the figure that I have given. It was the figure for producing, for example, in North America, just to give an idea, half of the need of Europe, and the figure are not so far 1,000 billion euros from in 20 years. It is the total amount of the investment. It is a capex. And I want to insist on this point, because when you come back to the use of to the production, to the OPEX, you have other figures which you have to add. And I follow my former answer about the plane. We have looked in the same exercise that I have quickly described, what could be very concretely. You have two planes. One, a tank with kerosene. The other, a tank with hydrogen. What is the cost of the full tank on the both sides? The factor is 4 today. It is just to pay the hydrogen to fulfill the tank with hydrogen. So it doesn't mean it is impossible. It gives just the idea of the effort to do. If we want to do this kind of effort, or if we prefer to concentrate our effort of using hydrogen, for example, for train, for boats, I don't know, I stay in the field of mobility. It's just a matter of this issue. And I want to insist on one point which is for me important. We are discussing hydrogen today as we were discussing 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we already say that it will be difficult, that we will need money, and so on. Since 3 years, we have got one pandemic. We are not so rich now. And now we have a war. So I think it's difficult. And I think I have a lot of difficulty to follow the people that would say that now it is easier than before. To be honest, I don't understand that, as all the actors are, after the pandemic, with less money, more debts, and so on. And I can't understand that. I don't say that we must not do the effort, but I have a lot of difficulty to follow those who say that it will be easier.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jean-Luc. And I think we've come to the end of this session. A lot of interesting topics were touched on, and I think it's only fair to say that hydrogen will very much continue to be part of conversations such as these going forward with everything that's going on. For the moment, I would very much like to thank Jean-Luc and Mayra for their contributions today. And also for your questions and your reflections. And I would like to wish you a very interesting remainder of this conference today and tomorrow. All the studies and the reports that have been mentioned today are available online. And I think Jean-Luc also has a number of the physical copies of the hydrogen import study with you for you to take home. And I thank you for your attention, and a pleasant remainder of FOREN. Thank you.
We are Hitachi Energy. We believe in a sustainable energy future for all, where everyday lives are powered by what nature gives freely. How we wake up, visit our friends, buy our food. Our energy future needs to be sustainable, flexible, and secure. And electricity will be the backbone of the entire energy system, underpinning our everyday lives. Climate change, one of the most urgent challenges of our times. Our people are at the forefront of innovation. Together with customers and partners, we're pioneering technologies and solutions to solve this global challenge, to make the promise of the energy transition real. And we're doing it with pace. We're anticipating the future and taking the steps together along the different pathways to progress carbon-neutral society. We're inspired to create a real and positive impact, from connecting communities to reducing carbon emissions throughout the energy system. It's all possible today. We bring diversity of thought and experience and a centuries-long heritage, grown in more than 140 countries. We're committed to advancing a sustainable energy future for today's generation and those to come.
Merge? 1? Da. Deci, bună ziua, bine ați venit la ziua a treia la panelul 2. Lipsește cineva, dar părerea mea este să începem, poate rușine să-l aducem. Deci, subiectul 2 de astăzi este resurse convenționale energetice într-o tranziție liniștită, să zicem. Uite că a venit și... Bine ați venit, domnul Nicolae. Temele pe care vrem să le abordăm în acest panel sunt destul de interesante, mai ales că înaintea noastră a fost problema hidrogenului, o problemă destul de importantă și a văzut 2030-2050. Cu ce compensăm? Păi o să compensăm cu resursele noastre convenționale și avem aici câteva elemente pe care trebuie să le dezbatem. Schimbările climatice, dezvoltarea sustenabilă, indicatori, resurse convenționale și neconvenționale de hidrocarburi, gazele naturale, o mare importanță trebuie să acordăm Mării Negre, Black Sea, combustibili fosili. În această idee avem aici o seamă de colaboratori și de prieteni ai noștri care ne vor spune câteva elemente privind energiile neconvenționale. Pentru început dau cuvântul domnului Bogdan Belciu, Valorem, care să ne spună câteva elemente. Deci aveți posibilitatea să vorbiți de aici sau să mergeți la pupitru, cum vă convine. Vă mulțumesc și vă dau cuvântul.
Bună ziua tuturor! Avem și o mică prezentare, dacă îi pot ruga pe colegi să o proiectăm. Ok. Din păcate se pare că nu funcționează pointerul, așa că o să vă rog pe noastră să mă ajutați cu slide-urile, dacă putem trece la prima pagină. Încercăm? Să rog pe domnul să-mi dea și mie... Nu, pointerul. Da. Ia să vedem dacă funcționează. Uite că funcționează. Deci, practic, tranziția energetică trebuie să țină cont de balanța a 3 elemente. Primul, cel de sustenabilitate și probleme de mediu. A doua, securitatea energetică și echitatea energetică. Practic, o tranziție corectă, după părerea mea, ar trebui să țină toate aceste 3 elemente în balanță. Cred că acum sunt puțin debalansate. Practic, problemele de mediu rămân aceleași, însă ele au fost foarte mult elevate de criza COVID, în care sustenabilitatea a devenit brusc o prioritate, cum poate chiar mai mare decât era înainte. Securitatea energetică n-a fost atât de mult afectată până la războiul din Ucraina, dar evident acum se pun probleme majore și în acest sens. Și combinația de cele două au dus, după cum știm cu toții, la explozia prețului. La început din cauza costului certificatelor de CO2, acum din cauza prețului gazelor. Deci situația tranziției energetică, din păcate, pornește de la o situație destul de debalansată acum. Cred că provocarea principală este să vedem cum rebalansăm toate aceste elemente. Și o să mă refer puțin pe scurt la fiecare dintre ele. Problema de mediu, deci față de situația preindustrializare, temperatura medie la nivel global a crescut cu 1,2 grade Celsius. La nivel global, în Europa, de fapt, a crescut cu aproape dublu, mai mult de 2 grade Celsius. Și estimările sunt că dacă ne menținem pe această traiectorie, temperaturile globale vor crește cu până la aproape 3 grade Celsius până la sfârșitul acestui mileniu, până în 2100. Pare puțin, dar dacă ne uităm la impactul pe care aceste câteva grade Celsius el este semnificativ. Deci, practic, la nivel global se estimează că 800 de milioane de oameni sunt la risc din cauza inundațiilor, creșterii nivelului apelor, și 1,7 miliarde sunt la risc din cauza temperaturilor extreme. Și, din punct de vedere economic, estimările poate un pic pesimiste, dar destul de înspăimântătoare, sunt că aceste lucruri ar putea să ducă la o scădere cu 25% a produsului intern brut global. Deci este foarte mult. Acum, câteva măsuri pot fi luate și există, în fine, angajamente din partea numeroase țări în acest sens. Pe de o parte, limitarea despăduririi sau reîmpăduririle și tranziția către vehicule electrice pot ajuta. Cele două cumulate ar putea să alevieze cam 13% din impact, din 100% impact, 40% însă sunt schimbările de energie. Deci, practic, reducerea emisiilor de metan și eliminarea cărbunelui.
These two are measures which deal with 40% of the impact we're looking at. From the point of view of the energy safety, security, the issue is clear. The thing is how we approach it. And in order to talk about the energy security, of course, the energy independence and security are two different concepts, but without independence, it's difficult to speak about security. Independence is necessary, but not sufficient. Romania is no longer energetically independent for a few years. Around 2013 or 2014, we were a net exporter of electricity. At present, since 2018, we are a net energy importer. The percentage of the imports being at the level of 2020, about 3%. How did we get there? Well, we see that in time there are some constants. Energy based on gas and nuclear remained relatively constant, just like hydroelectricity, with small variations, annual variations, due to, I don't know, intensity of rain or rainfall. Coal was decommissioned maybe too fast, so we went from about 40% of the energy in Romania. We went from this to under 20% in this time horizon. Meanwhile, we only had practically a wave of renewables, which was practically in the last few years, renewables remained at the same level in the energy system in Romania. Well, if we look at the monthly level, since 2018, only 6 months we did not import energy. Particularly every month we imported energy. We were net importers. The good news is that these imports are not so high. What's interesting is about the renewables is that the layman considers that the renewables are expensive. In fact, renewables today are among the cheapest, and they will probably remain cheap. There are several organizations who are assessing the price of energy: the International Energy Association, Lazard, the Investment Bank, and so on. So the price of renewables is estimated as the lowest at present, and it is estimated to remain so for the next years. Nuclear energy is again next the price level, and nuclear energy from the life extension of the reactors has small prices comparatively, and small reactors are also going to play a role at reasonable costs. Until then, well, if today we only had renewables, the price of energy would be significantly lower than the one we are confronted with today on the market, mainly because of the lowering of the technological costs. The graph on the right above shows that the price for renewables went 5 times lower in the last 10 years. Now, although the price with the renewables would be low, in actual fact, prices have exploded. We look at prices above 200 euros in Romania and in Europe in general. Most of this price is due to the CO2 certificates. Considering the average emissions in Romania, 1 megawatt made of coal starts from the certificate prices like 70s or something price euro due to certificates, CO2 certificates. But situation is better, but for gas is also not so good. It's better, but not so good. But due to these CO2 certificates would be 30 euros, and the gas price lately, which is higher, so clearly the equity, well, affordability part of the energy is very much under pressure. Now, if we were to replace the polluting energy in Romania with renewables, we estimated that the level of present-day consumption, without covering the production deficit we have now, we would need about more than 10,000 megawatts of renewable energy. Well, considering that in Romania the consumption increases on average by 1 or 2% every year, considering that electrification and so the cost might rise, the 10,000 megawatts could double until 2050. So this obviously puts high pressure on in the required investments. Now, practically considering the emission profile for solar energy, we need much more megawatts to replace a coal megawatt. We would need 3 megawatts of solar energy to replace 1 megawatt made from coal to generate the same energy level. For the time being, we haven't seen very many renewables lately, installed lately, but if you consider the certificates issued till March, we have about 3,500 megawatts with certificates issued. Figures are up lately since the end of last year until the beginning of this year, nearly doubled, especially for photovoltaic. So practically 1/3 of the replacement, if you wish, of generation capacities is in progress, so to speak. The issue is whether we in Romania are able to absorb all this energy. On the one hand, due to the issues related to the network in certain areas, there are areas with very networks in poor state, and also human resources availability. People to install these capacities. This is beyond investments. There are also other issues which will be raised. But an issue which is not very much discussed is related to the way in which this energy can be absorbed in the network. If you look at this, the average is about the curve, the consumption curve and production curve at the level of 2021. On average, we have some excess of production during the night and the deficit of production during the day. Depending on the season, things are different. In winter, we have more wind and less sun. In summer, it's the other way around. But on average, this is what it looks like. If we were to install all the megawatts we are speaking about, and if we replace, this is just a theoretical approach, if we were to replace half of this production with renewables with a relatively balanced mix of solar and wind, we would have a peak of production in the middle of the day, which for now cannot be absorbed in any way. So this is about and again, this is an assumption. Maintaining the consumption so far, we still approach the deficit of production. We need to absorb at least 600 megawatts for a few hours. But actually, considering the increasing consumption, if you were to eliminate the deficit, the storage would be significantly important. So 3 gigawatts of energy as a capacity of storage would be needed. I've heard this. So practically, I think this is a storage as an issue which must be addressed, and there's little talk about it now in Romania. Another issue related to renewables would be related to raw materials. For now, the sun is free, wind is free. The remainder are still cost money, but the panels, 65 of the panels are made in China, 95% in Asia. Europe only produces about 3% of the solar panels installed at global level, which again raises the issue of security. We practically risk to lack gas because of Russia, and then we depend a lot on China from point of view of photovoltaic panels, especially the polysilicate production. This is a very energy consuming, so it's difficult to move to Europe. In this context, of course, traditional energies become important again, like gas from the Black Sea. Well, we are glad that finally a decision has been made to use these resources. Without them, Romania would have become significantly more dependent on the import of gas. Estimates until 2030, considering the onshore diminishing of resources, we would import about half of the gas. The production in Romania would solve this issue for a number of years, but slowly, of course, anyway, willy-nilly, we will become dependent on imports to a certain extent. But practically, gas remains an important transition fuel for decarbonizing. It's less polluting than coal, and it still provides for some source for balancing. Nuclear is also important, and we estimate that the SMR, I mean the small or medium-sized nuclear capacities will have an important role to play. The more such renewables resources will be installed, the more we will need some stable resources. So we say a combination of rehabilitated nuclear resources and renewables would balance the situation. I think I've used more than my allotted time, and I will now again give the floor to my colleague to continue the discussions. Bogdan, thank you very much. Anyway, this was an extraordinary presentation on the development perspective, so I would now give the floor to Mr. Ambassador, who represents now the BSC, and to tell us a few words about the energy aspects. You have the floor, Mr. Ambassador, please.
Mr. Moderator, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to represent Permanent International Secretariat of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. I'm the executive manager dealing with the energy and emergency assistance issues. Well, the organization I have the honor to represent is one of the oldest, inclusive and institutionally most mature intergovernmental regional vehicle for the promotion of economic dialogue and coordination in our very volatile region of our small world. And it is also one of the most, geostrategic regions, and serving as a very significant transport and especially energy hub. Actually, our organization was founded 30 years ago in June 1992, and we're marking 13th anniversary of its foundation, and trying to focus on economic orientation, on project orientation, which is a must for today's situation. And we have related bodies, BISEC-PAPSEC, Parliamentary Assembly, which is the parliamentary element of the BISEC process. The other one is ICBSS, International Center for Black Sea Studies, which is actually non-profit organization, research and training institution, and sort of think tank. The third one is our related partner, is BSTTB, Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, located in Thessaloniki. As to the ICBSS, it is in Athens. Parliamentary Assembly Secretariat is in Istanbul, headquarters of our organization. And then we have also the Business Council. Business Council, which is an, again, international non-governmental non-profit organization with the aim of lobbying and acting for the continuous improvement of the business environment. There are observer states to our organization, there are sectoral dialogue partners, and of course our aim is to promote involvement and participation of interested parties, institutions, financial and economic related, of course. Our partners are in the process of our cooperation is expanding with also energy related institutions like Energy Charter, which has the observer status in our organization, IRENA, and many others. And I hope that this very important forum is a platform and is a possibility for us to expand our further cooperation with new partners. There are 18 key areas of cooperation in our organization, including science, education, medicine, agriculture, transport, and energy, which is, as I mentioned, one of the key areas of cooperation. And this is the area which has been seriously impacted by the coronavirus, and BISEC mostly deals with the issues regarding the implementation of provisions of the BISEC Green Energy Strategy, which was adopted in 2018 by the highest decision-making body of the organization, that is the Council of Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the BISEC member states. There are 13 member states in our organization. Well, and the Green Strategy, which was adopted in 2008, is the guidance for the member states, which supports investments in energy infrastructure with a view to increase energy security, interconnectivity, and further diversify energy sources and roads, as well as enhancing cooperation among the member states in the energy sector, including through the elaboration of common approaches and projects. By the way, so far in the field of energy, 3 projects have been implemented, which were financed by the PDF, Project Development Fund, which since 2004 funded already 25 different projects in different spheres of cooperation, which I mentioned before. And one of the last projects implemented and financed was through the project facility, promotion facility, and also funded by UNECE. That means that we are expanding our cooperation, we are trying to find new partners for formulation of very important projects. The importance of the BISEC Green Energy Network, which was established in 2015 and operated by the Energy Policy and Development Center of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, should be mentioned. The network is being operated under the auspices of BISEC Permis, and thanks to cooperation with KEPA, this is the abbreviation of the institute, well, we accumulated valuable experience in the formulation of different concrete projects of regional scope. Another important initiative emerged from consultation between PERMIS and KEPA was the organization of regular green energy investments fora, the 8th edition of which was held last year in October in Athens. The forum is certainly very important means for attraction of investments in the wider Black Sea region. And the next edition will be held this October, again in Athens. It will be the ninth edition of this forum. The BISEC member states should spare in these extraordinary conditions no efforts to take gradual steps to materialize a very important vision of transforming the BISEC region into a model of clean energy in interests, well, in nearest future. According to one of the provisions of the strategy, Green Energy Strategy, it should be materialized by 2030. It's one of the objectives which is under the elaboration and implementation. In order to reduce the negative impact of the pandemic outbreak, governments should urgently make also the necessary interventions, introduce very serious clean energy incentives, and encourage investments in green energy. Investing the green energy and attracting investors nationally and internationally is essential for the modernization of the energy sector in the BISEC member states. And it is also adequate administrative and legal framework has to be created in this respect. I have to mention that here in this very pertinent, very important conference, we discuss interconnected issues relating to energy sufficiency, energy security, and of course the consequences of climate changes. In this respect, I would like to just mention a very important initiative proposed by our partner, by the institute which I mentioned, located in Athens, on 75 UNAB trees, which was in line with the appeal of Secretary General to tackle the consequences of climate change, and we initiated and supported the initiative aimed at planting 75 and more trees in member states. The Black Sea region plays an important role for the energy security of countries in the region and Europe, both in terms of sustainable and uninterrupted transit and supplies, and access to new and alternative sources and supplies for regional and other international markets. We fully support investments in energy, in green energy, in renewable energy in the BISEC region, which with a view to increase, as I told, energy security, diversification of energy sources, and develop energy transportation routes and new infrastructures. We are here to once again share our ideas on intensification of our efforts to find new innovative solutions aimed at ensuring productive regional cooperation, at undertaking necessary and immediate steps in these extraordinary conditions caused by the most recent unfortunate developments in the region. And we have to act, of course, on bilateral basis, we have to act regionally, we have to act globally, and appropriate serious action should be accelerated by governments aimed at implementation of the SDG 7 goal to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, which will reduce emissions and produce and provide energy for millions of people lacking the access to electricity, and 2.5 billion people, according to the statistics provided by the UN, who have no access to clean cooking fuels. Successful implementation of appropriate policies and trigger the application of the relevant policies in various countries and ensure a steady, smooth and inclusive energy transition process is a must for all of us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Deci, trebuie să mulțumim.
So we should thank the first two guests who made we thank the first two guests who made the presentation, general presentation. We now give the floor to Mr. Constantin Bălășoi from Oltenia, a large energy producer. Let's see how they cope, how they manage, how they will do in the present situation with the certificate, the CO2, and how they envisage the future, the investments, and the intentions for the future. Mr. Constantin, you have the floor. Thank you. First of all, I would like to say a few words related to the Oltenia energy complex. For the people who don't know us, we have an installed power of 35 and 70 megawatts and 4 power plants, Turceni, Ișalnița, and Craiova, 2, and also in 2 blocks in Turceni, Rovinari, and Ișalnița, and Craiova too. So our company has 10 mining exploitations in operation, producing 20 million tons of lignite every year required for the production process. I'll now go on to the presentation, if you would like to show it on the screen. First of all, I would like to try and make a presentation of the environment where this Oltenia energy complex is carrying out its activity. First of all, let me speak about the European targets. As you are really well aware, the European Union intends for the 2030 to attain decarbonization, the target of the energy system of 40%. A lowering, an increasing of the renewable energy by more than 30%, and an increase in efficiency by 32.3%. The most important is that the lowering by 40% of the carbon emissions, the CO2 emissions, is now in the framework of EU ETC. This means that according to the EU ETC, this transaction process of the certificates, European trade scheme, leads to a time horizon to this reduction. And of course, that is why several schemes have been put in place. The support scheme for the reserve, so that the market should not have more certificates than the ones necessary for the demand and offer at an adequate level. Of course, here I will come back on this subject and add a few things about what's happening in this scheme. Can you make it? Yeah, so what happens in Romania? So of course Romania is trying to adapt to these circumstances. As you know, the National Integrated Plan of Energy and Climate Change, Romania assumed nearly 40% reduction of emissions until 2030, increase of renewables by 6,570 megawatts until 2030. That means 30.7% increase, and an increase of energy efficiency at the level of about 30%. Also, through the national program of PNRR, Romania undertook to promote the law on the decarbonization of the energy system, which states that in several steps, all the energy groups, carbon energy groups will be closed. So that means 4,950 megawatts will be removed from the system. At present, coal covers about 17% of the Romanian consumption, reaching about 20% in 2022 in March. But a few years ago, coal covered 33%. Also, from this plan, the PNESC, the envisaged production of primary energy, as you can see, oil and oil products are now lower, an important low. Natural gas as a primary source of energy will also decrease. The renewables energy will increase to 33%. And nuclear energy practically will be more than double. So the Oltenia energy complex intends to adapt to this situation. And how? First of all, we notified the restructuring plan to the European Commission, which is based on a combination between the reaching of the goals assumed by Romania, and at the same time the targets of the energy complex which we have to reach based on a study drafted with Transelectrica on the role, the market position. And in the following slides I will show you these targets, and not least to create a transition from the energy production based on lignite, on coal, by our complex to the renewables and gas energy. Thus, we intend, and we have obtained all the required approvals. That means we have applied to the modernization fund, and we have obtained a decision of the Commission on the 7th of April in order to create or to build some photovoltaic parks with a total capacity of 725 megawatts. And between the date of the study and the date when these facilities will be put to auction, it will increase the capacity due to evolution and technology. How we made this? We optimized the areas, the lands on the closed areas of land, which is extraordinary. We have used the stacks when the closed, when the surface mining is closed, if we look from above, it's like a moon landscape. So we managed to reuse, to put this land to reuse and to bring it back to the environment conditions which allowed its use for this purpose. So at the same time, our company obtained the required approvals, considering that the modernization fund for the non-priority project scheme, its application was in April, and on the 7th of April, we also managed to obtain the approvals for the building of two new power plants on gas. It's the Turceni power plant, the 475 megawatts, and in Shalnica another power plant of 850 megawatts. Well, these plants are the last latest technology plants, and this is why we also obtained the approval of the European Union. This means that these energy groups will use hydrogen. Of course, hydrogen will be within a limit of 40%, because we have to reach the limit, the target of 250 kilograms per megawatt hour, which supposes the use in stepwise of hydrogen, so as to reach these targets. Following the process of decarbonization, the emissions will be diminished accordingly until 2025. They will be down to less than half. At present, we have 8.4 million CO2 tons, and then in 2025 we'll have 4.1 million and 3.7 million CO2 tons in 2030. I was saying that I am going to get back to the OEUTC scheme, because I have something to say about the manner of the transacting of the CO2 certificates. I have some comments to make, but I will let you draw the conclusions. You know that there's been an investigation of the Commission mandated about the monitoring of the CO2 market because of the price of the electricity, and it's been said loud and clear that one of the reasons which led to the price energy of electricity price was the increase of the price of the CO2 certificates. I would stop here and tell you that we witness incredible prices for Europe, and especially for Romania. Increases of the price for electricity. We could all place this context in this price increase in the Ukraine war crisis, but it's not true. The price of electricity increased even before the conflict in Ukraine, which started in February. In February, the prices for energy were higher than at present. So the price of electricity, and my personal opinion in this on this crisis is that practically this crisis was generated by the lack of predictability. Lack of predictability is the worst thing which an energy system can be confronted with. You know, the European targets, Romanian targets, and now I'll try to remember how this crisis started. First, there was this deficit of fuel transfer, the raw fuel from the east to the west. You all remember that there they created the second pipeline, which fueled Germany, which was never commissioned, and it was supposed to transport the gas from Russia to Germany, and then there was a lowering of the flow of gas from the north to the south of the continent because there was some technical issues related to the extraction and transport of gas and distribution to Spain and Italy and so on. And last but not least, also the issues in France. France had these issues. We all know that France has 85% of the nuclear energy. We all know that France was a powerful exporter in the area, in two areas of Europe, aside from the Benelux countries, because Benelux was a stability factor for Italy and for Spain, and even for part of Germany. On its turn, Germany was exporting energy, which very many times went to Romania, because since we were integrated in the system, energy went from Germany, Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania. 50% of this energy also reached Romania. So why the unpredictability was when these targets appeared and when they were continuously increased, very many states and many companies went into standby. And why? Because no one is willing to invest in nuclear energy if they don't know whether they can recover their investments and whether they'll be able to pay the bills. I mean, even just nobody is willing to refurbish or maintain the nuclear facilities if they don't know that the investments of billions of euros for the energy group will be recovered within a relatively short deadline, just to make it, to give it some sense economically. So several nuclear groups went down in France. Germany had already announced the anticipated stopping of their nuclear capacities. The psychological factor also was triggered, and this state of unpredictability continued. And I think this is the worst thing for all energy systems in Europe. Of course, if we look at Europe, we'll say, wow, they have such a beautiful and stable system, energy system, the resiliency, adequacy, but that's not true. I'm sorry to say this, but because it's already become vulnerable. Look at Germany, which Germany is now restarting its coal power plants. Look at France. They are now attempting to large program to refurbish nuclear facilities, and they say now that nuclear energy will be declared as green, and most importantly, the financiers are back, because, you know, without money, nothing happens. I mean, the financiers and the BERD, of course, to begin with, they were unwilling to finance coal. No, there's no talking about coal, no, so, and other sources of energy. So now the access to financing made it possible for people who up to now were unwilling to invest, made them willing to invest in rehabilitating and facilities and the new ones. Unpredictability is still there, nevertheless, and as you have seen, when the conflict in Ukraine started, the energy system was already considering a sacrificial curve in the situation when the energy deficit imposed this in order to avoid the blackout, so to say. You know, this blackout, when you're confronted with the blackout by domino effect, this can lead to a disaster from the energy point of view, and economic, of course, Our company, the Energy Complex, changed the restructuring program, informed the European Commission on our program, and also due to the friends from the regular, normal companies which should provide for a balance of the forces on the energy markets, and I mean thereby that the Green parties protested against our program. They made an analysis, and after this analysis, the restructuring plan of the Oltenia Energy Complex was approved. Of course, when we started this restructuring program, we made an analysis together with Transelectrica on the three scenarios: the normal scenarios, the second scenarios with higher consumption for unfavorable conditions, the temperature conditions by 200 megawatts, and in case of the lack of wind. And the third scenario was when, due to higher temperatures, the gas capacity, the production capacity, will be lowered by 850 megawatts. The conclusion was at the time, because this was made in 2019, if CE Oltenia wouldn't exist, the scenario, the worst case scenario was the complete dismantling of the company. There will be 3,000 megawatts of deficit in the system, so therefore, the energy complex decided to go to a new production structure, 1,325 more megawatts, and also photovoltaic, and only 990 megawatts on coal, which will exist until 2030, but the mines will be closed at the time according to the decarbonization law. What I'd like to say in the end, as a conclusion, of course, all these things must happen, of course. There's one thing I'd like to underline. We mustn't stop the coal energy groups until we commission some other energy production group which should replace it. I have all my respect and esteem for renewable energy, because there's no other way. This is the future. However, until we are able to provide for a transition towards the neutrality, from the point of view of the CO2 emissions, and I mean here the year 2050, we must stepwise provide for the security of the national energy system. We must not stop the production groups or closing facilities which are still operational, because in order to fulfill the environment environment conditions, we invested 1,280 million euros in order to create the dense fluid required, and the desulfuring the gas, and and as any power plant in Europe, there are no better energy groups in Europe than our groups. You'll say, I'm not just saying this, but at this technology and this dimension, we have the most efficient energy production groups for this size. So, of course, we must follow the decarbonization plan. However, in an intelligent manner and stepwise, so as to provide for, so to assure the security of the energy system of Romania. We are now connected with Ukraine. Of course, there are very many things to be said in this time, because probably there are very many events which occur daily, and we feel this in the energy system, with whatever happens at certain hourly intervals due to the fluctuation of power, because the energy system is rigid and covers the resiliency, but at its borders and we are at it at the border, and the area influences are felt in the network, and there were a lot of incidents which caused the shutting down of some energy groups. Thank you for your attention. Thank you also very much. Yes, applauses are deserved because I am aware with the situation of Voltenia group. Yes, indeed. Let's see what happens next because we are a bit behind in the schedule. I will give the floor to NRMA, Mr. Liviu Nicolae. Now, let's see what resources we have, the concessions. Let's see where we're heading. Please. Thank you. First of all, hello to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to make a brief review of the energy potential used in energy purposes. I will start with first of all, the economic premises, which are directly related to the environment factors. The issue is to lower the carbon dioxide emissions, which can only happen by renouncing the fossil fuels, and energy consumption should be lowered, also related to the increase of prices for fossil fuels. Also, we should consider partial coverage of the energy independence of Romania, and also some geopolitical factors which appear continuously. Let's now have a look at the geological, hydrogeological or tectonic conditions for the appearance of the geothermal waters. How does this water appear?
Să-l pun în evidență este acela al gradientului geotermal. Se știe că într-o zonă normală, cu gradient geotermal normal, Pământul se încălzește cam cu vreo 3,3 grade la 100 de metri. De asemenea, aici trebuie avut în evidență condițiile hidrodinamice de...
Also, we have to take into account the hydrodynamic conditions between interstitial conditions existing in the profound fractures which may bring the hot water deeper, the deeper level, and also another major case, the geothermal anomalies. And the areas with the hydrothermal potential for energy purposes in Romania, the best developed area, most well known, is the western part of Romania, the western plain, from Satu Mare to southern Banat. That is part of northeastern part of geothermal anomaly, subcontinental level, within the Alpine, Carpathian, Himalayan chain. These are usually in Pyronian deposits from the Cretacic, the Triassic era, made of calcareous and sand. Everything that can be water can circulate through. Also, there is this area normally and generally in areas with a geothermal gradient and fractures through which water comes up from the depth. We have areas where the geothermal water is at 50 meters or 60 meters deep, unlike Oradea, where we need to dig at 3,500 meters. Bucharest North, in the northern part of Bucharest, there are carbonate deposits, Jurassic, higher Jurassic, 2,000, 3,500 meters depth, large debit flow capacity, geothermal gradient. Călimanești-Căciulata area is another area Also, geothermal gradient. There is Olanești area as well in Vâlcea County. We have water which is mostly for recreational purposes rather than energy. Herculane area in Karaș County, also used for heating, and that is part of an area with positive geothermal anomalies, and also the central part of Romania, Tușnad area, Harghita County, also geothermal anomalies given by the volcanoes in the area. The history of research. First probe in Romania, 1885, was dug in Băile Felix resort, 51 meters deep, 195-liter flow, 49 degrees temperature, which is a lot at this level particularly. Then probes and drills in Oradea, Timișoara, 1902, 31 degrees. A massive development took place in 1960s when these areas, geothermal aquifers, were highlighted by drilling in hydrocarbon at higher depths. 6 areas in the western part of Romania and 2 in the eastern part and northern part of Bucharest. And in Vâlcea County, 1,000 to 3,000 meters depth. 2 types of geothermalism can be seen. One is of low temperature, 25 to 70 degrees, and another one of average temperature of 20 degrees. We don't have geothermalism, as they say, of higher 120 degrees. This exists in Iceland and other areas. For exploiting or exploitation, we need to look at the legislation as well. The mine law, the law of mines, saying that mineral resources are to be exploited by concession or administration to by public institutions of the state. Another aspect, the norms for implementing the law of mines. And finally, after making the investigations, the research, you need to know the quantities that can be exploited, what are the temperatures. This is regulated by the president of the regulatory authority, calculation of resources and reserves of mineral waters and gas and accompanying resources. Now, geothermal waters in Romania, in the current situation, 117 exploitation permits exist. Out of that, 37 are used for energy purposes. Also, we have some exploration permits. Depending on the results, that will be for energy purposes, entertainment and recreation purposes, and so on. They can be used as therapy as well. And according to the existing data of the regulatory authority, 41.9 cubic meters of geothermal waters are registered, between 20 degrees up to a lot more, including colder waters as well. Gradually, in Romania, there were some international programs such as renewable energy, Rondin program, also the large infrastructure operational program 2014-2020, priority axis number 6, and also programs and projects at local level. I will give you as a case study the city of Oradea. This case study, the municipality of Oradea, with investments and various European funds, they started some development programs, including the use of geothermal energy for producing thermal agent for heating. So for various consumers, re-injecting the thermal water into the original location. A very important factor, geothermal water can be exploited, but if you do not re-inject it, that means it comes out with, geothermal water. High temperature water comes out, you transfer the energy, the thermal energy, and the water is re-injected into the initial location at a lower temperature. So, because otherwise, if you deplete the place, the water is finished. But if you want to introduce cold water, there is a risk of the initial location becoming colder. Another project was geothermal energy with primary thermal agent to produce thermal agent to heat and hot water in Oradea. Another one was for, this is running, these are still running, energy, geothermal energy pumps for producing thermal agent in a certain district of Oradea. The water temperature went down, so it could be used for geothermal pumps. Also, the geothermal power plant in Iașia, another area of Oradea, also another one for heating certain buildings in a certain district in the city. And as far as I know, they're going to develop this geothermal energy in the future. That should happen in Bucharest as well, because there is a great potential of geothermal water in Bucharest. Conclusions: increasing the exploitation of renewable sources, geothermal water, for reducing pollution. Everyone says reducing carbon dioxide emissions, dependence on fossil fuels, all right, but you need to replace them with something else. And of course, you need to consider higher efficiency for producing geothermal energy, mainly trying to produce electric energy. Currently, as far as we know, but there are other technologies as well, you need water at 150 degrees, so it becomes efficient from an economic point of view. Unfortunately, hot water in our case is 120 degrees, because you cannot get very high flows. So you need to consider how to develop technology in the future, what temperatures can the water have in order to be used for producing electric energy, and finally, we need to take care to protect and exploit these sources rationally. We have the example of Felix, I don't know, 1st of May, where there are problems. The lake is going down, the debit is going down, so you need to pay attention how to exploit these resources rationally and sustainably. Thank you for your presentation. I'm very happy you talk about geothermal energy. apart from concessions issue, we know what you're doing, and the University of Oil and Gas has a project in Oradea, not with geothermal water, but with temperatures of 4,000 degrees. And now, speaking of that oil and gas university, and we talk about higher education, Petroșani, I want to give the floor Mr. Mihai Batistatu, my colleague. You have the floor. Thank you. I want to add something to what my colleague was saying about geothermal energy and describe our project, the Ploiești University, namely the hottest well in Romania is in Oradea, 3,900 meters, 163 degrees. Grabăț, 2,400 meters, 160 degrees. These are temperatures at the bottom of the well. Of course, temperatures go down at the surface, but we can drill wells with a higher potential for electric energy, particularly that now we have new technologies using an agent introduced and able to create lower temperatures agents. Now, coming back to so far what is really the main source of energy of mankind, hydrocarbons, fossil fuels, let me present the perspectives for fossil fuels in the next decade, and unfortunately we only have as much as we have. The idea is that if we cannot expand otherwise, we have to expand where conditions are more difficult, that is offshore. Let me mention something about this aspect. Thank you. Now, exploitation of fossil fuels in the Black Sea, as you know, the first attempts and successful attempts to show there is fossil fuel there were in the 1980s. I remember first results. I was a student. We were very thrilled. In time, we came to the concession of several perimeters, most of them having positive perspectives. Under certain technological conditions, fossil fuels can be exploited economically because unfortunately offshore is a challenge from a technological point of view, so that the costs are going to go up a lot in certain conditions. The geological area is the continental platform, continental talus, and high depth. The highest depth discovery, Domino 1 well, which where the depth of the water is 960 meters. This is the deepest well, deepest water so far. Drills are going on, and also maybe at some other depths, particularly gas. At the moment, on the right side of the slide, you see the exploitation of fossil fuels in the continental platform. the lower depth of the water in a thermogen system that I'm going to describe immediately. The Black Sea area you see in this slide offers good conditions for fossil fuels. In older deposits from the Cretacic particularly, and the deposits in younger rocks, biogene age, in a biogene system, to be probably an interesting target for the next decades. People are speaking lately concerning the exploitation of Black Sea natural gas. From the point of view of geological organization, to put it in more simple terms, we can say that the continental platform of the Black Sea, apart from a tendency to go deeper, the water, of course, from a geomorphological point of view, it goes deeper from west to east. Apart from that, there are wide, large systems of fractures connected to the evolution in the Mesozoic era and the Neogene period, leading to a fragmentation, not with impressive leaps, but this fragmentation created sub-basins which represented areas where hydrocarbons are accumulated. It is interesting to note the fact that first the children appeared here and then the mother, so to speak. You can see on the left an impressive gap. It is an erosion in the Cretacic and Eocene deposits, which was later filled with Oligocene deposits. Deposits where there are hydrocarbons now, oil particularly, are older than the deposits which generated the other hydrocarbons. And I want to refer to what is being used in the last few decades, starting with the Bible of this oil system, which is the book by Doe and Malone of 1994. That is, several elements create a hydrocarbon accumulation. Material elements, the source rock, the mother rock, the bedrock, a protecting rock, and of course the rocks above them, which bury the whole thing, keep the temperature and the pressure. These are the material rocks element. Above, they will suffer a process. One is for generation of hydrocarbons, another one is of migration from the mother rock to others, accumulation, and of course, in order to have accumulation, you need to have a system of sealing the area where the hydrocarbons are kept. That is the trap. Here are the elements described in detail. From this point of view, in the Black Sea, there are a few particularities, namely, like I said earlier, the rocks where hydrocarbons are accumulated are older than the rocks which generated the hydrocarbons. Miocene, medium Miocene, there were probings, and they found some trenches, so to speak, of erosion filled with these Oligocene rocks, which are younger rocks. Oligocene rocks formed in deep water deposits. There was a sinking, so to speak, and that generated hydrocarbons which generated to older rocks. We can speak about several aspects. One is the fact that we have the age of the rocks, source rocks. Last but not least, the age of the formation of the deposit. All that appeared due to higher pressure, higher temperature for these packages of rocks. It was not to do with a thermogene system because it is necessary to have these conditions of temperature and pressure quite high, and of course you need time as well. That's why this has generated oil. Oil was discovered in 1979, the first well drilled here, and exploiting starting in the 80s within Petromar, which is still existing, and it is a mature basin. Lebeda, Swan deposits east and west, very well known and exploited. There are also other chances to exploit if the good was spent. Less obviously is to obtain. Like 2 months ago, they dug the last drilling of OMV, of the Black Sea platform, and that there was a 2,000-meter shift horizontally. As a technological asset, they used technologies for investigation during drilling, also directing the probe ongoing, and take it and maneuver it during the dive. And the result is Cretacic. These are known and will be exploited in the future as well. Another system, the biogene system, highlighted recently, it is characterized by a certain feature, namely, the rocks are relatively young, so they couldn't get to a degree of maturation so as to generate oil, and they generated young ones only. Another area with good perspectives concerns the deposits in the Pontus from the shore in less favorable conditions to deep water area above 1,000 meters depth. These are resources for the future, which I believe will be a beneficial factor for exploiting gas in the near future. They are, in fact, a significant resource. At any rate, if we want to give a number, the resource by various proportions is above 100 billion cubic meters but technological conditions are harsh. The depth of the water and also another risk factor, namely the deep waters above 100 and 150 meters are saturated with sulfur hydrogen, and the works must take into account that this is very, very harmful, attacking the lungs and so on. Here you can see the conditions in which the formations were deposited, how the hydrocarbon deposits were formed. I don't have time. I only want to add something, that this Pontian system of generating hydrocarbons linked to the wave length of the deposits, allow me to draw some conclusions, namely due to discovery relatively recently at the Black Sea oil and gas. This is a source with the most important potential from an oil and gas point of view of all the portions of Romania. One method of exploitation is to analyze elements of the oil system, allowing us to highlight areas which so far had been neglected. Historically, traditionally, first they looked for the deposit, and second they wondered if there is now let's see another model, starting with the mother bed, mother rock mainly. Two systems, one is thermogene, producing oil, with still some exploitable resources, and the biogene Pontian system, which is the main source for gas in the coming decade, I hope. Thank you for your attention. Okay, thank you. A professor is always a professor. Please, Mr. Nicolae, you want to add something? Yes, if I may. Thank you for the information you gave me about drilling 4,000 meters in Oradea. I did not know about it. Secondly, we need to avoid the confusion. My presentation concerned geothermal structures, wet structures. You can, of course, go to 5 or 1,000 meters depth, but without water you may need to inject the water from the surface. And then we talk about system heat, not about geothermal heating energy. No, that was not my intention to contradict you. It was a mere remark. Thank you. Let me give the floor to a great consumer of energy, Alro Slatina. What did you do during transition? How did you cope? You have the floor, and then together with Mr. Sebastian Zbirna, you now have the floor. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here in front of you. Indeed, we are going to say a few words about the practical approach of sustainability from the perspective of the biggest energy consumer in Romania. As you see, we are launching in FOREN 2022 the concept, the central topic for our next sustainability report, along with the Sustainable Romania, whereby we wanted to emphasize our stress on performance and high performance. We are going to publish the 5th sustainability report. The framework has always been promoters of international practices, proactive in implementing European requirements. That's why we prepared and we relate our performance of sustainability by a report in line with the initiative, global reporting initiatives and others, ever since 2017, when such reporting was not obligatory yet. In the last 5 years, we managed to improve this part of communication, as Alro is an active company in this field. We managed last year, by the assessment of an independent jury, to to prepare and transmit to the capital market in Romania one of the best sustainability reports. Let me give you more details about this central topic of our sustainability report. Has more components. As you know, Alro is a company with a 60-year tradition in Romania, one of first companies listed on the Romanian Stock Exchange in Bucharest. As a group, we have 4,000 people. We are using 3,000 suppliers. 20,000 jobs depend on our activity. We contribute $61 million to local budgets. Starting in the 2000s, when we invested a lot in performance for the environment, because they spoke a lot about energy efficiency programs, Aro has invested $700 million in such projects and last generation equipments. That's why we are still here, and we managed to stay in the top companies worldwide for producing aluminum. Let me add, another component of this central topic is that aluminum, by the properties that it has the capacity to be recycled infinitely, is an important vector for decarbonation for the most sophisticated industries, particularly air industry, car industry. For them, Alro is a top supplier. And last but not least, other component, considering the legal requirements from the European Commission, and I'm talking about Regulation 852 of 2020, a regulation on taxonomy for funding the investments, sustainable investments, electrolytic aluminum produced by electrolysis, so as natural gas and nuclear energy have been classified as a transition activity, and recycled aluminum obtained by melting and putting aluminum waste back into the cycle is a very eligible activity. I recommend you look to the sustainability reports that the companies in Romania are publishing. As to taxonomy, because starting this year, this financial year, companies must report the percentage of eligible activities of the total, and next year this process is going to become more complex. The companies will have to report their alignment with the 6 environmental climate objectives. These technical criteria are not available for more than 2 out of 6 are available, so we have to see the clarifications from the Commission, but definitely the process is going to be very complex and difficult for the companies, because we need to highlight the contribution of that company by its eligible activities to these environmental objectives, and also make a do not harm criteria analysis for the other objectives. It will be interesting to see how the companies will deal with management and communication aspects and operational aspects. So we are proud of the fact that we are one of the few companies in Romania which has a sustainability strategy available on our website in the dedicated section. This alignment with our principles to the European Ecological Pact requirements and to the Sustainable Development Objectives of the United Nations. And because we've always wanted to be innovative, we took a step forward, and let me give the floor to my colleague, who's going to show you a practical side of these achievements that we have at the moment, and that we try to answer the more and more complex demands and requirements of the European Commission, because we want to be in line with the best European and international practices. We are part of working groups, international level, in research, development, and circular economy. My colleague started to show you about life cycle assessment. It is a good example, maybe a unique example, of how we are in Romania, definitely unique. Internationally, maybe there are companies which have applied such calculations. Sebastian, before showing you this case study for a product for the air industry, aeronautic industry, biggest producer of civil aircraft and cargo aircraft in Europe, let me add something to what my predecessors have said. Decarbonation in Europe has two more aspects that we need to take into account. First of all, the Commission has withdrawn many certificates from the market, and secondly, the specific emission for each industrial sector has been lower for the first phase of ETS, because it is a report related to the best 3 companies in the field or sector. So for the 4th phase, always specific emission was, for one type of industry, was in symbiosis with the quantity of production of 2014-2015. The allocation was in proportion with that. All companies received a smaller quantity of CO2 certificates. And of course, we have all felt this. Moreover, if we look at the targets and approaches of the European Commission in the Fit for 55 package, there is an item cross-border adjust mechanism. CBANG. This is defined rather vaguely, because not all the environmental conditions are clearly defined by the Commission. That means it would involve a single approach for all products coming to Europe from anywhere, particularly from countries which have not ratified Kyoto Protocol, because they carry CO2. The companies in Europe must comply with these ambitious targets, and for that, products made outside of Europe are not regarded the same way. There is an European initiative which means all the products in that aluminum to be sold in Europe should have a lower print of carbon. And I want to say that yesterday, after discussion here in the Euratom, seemed to me very good the question of one participant. Targets are ambitious, he said, there are many percentages you are reporting, many reductions in the number of tons, but what is the reference, what is the baseline, and where do you want to get? Well, after the presentation of yesterday, since this initiative for all the producers will have to be less than 2.5 tons, I calculated the impact of a slab in the hard ally for industrial for aircraft. This generates 7 tons of CO2 per ton of aluminum. The withdrawal of the certificates, the unclear CBAM mechanism, and an investment with a small value have all generated the fact that CO certificates should be sold for €3 per gram, a very high value. Europe aims at 8 tons of CO2 per ton of aluminum. If we are at 7, you see that the purpose identified in this life cycle of the product, starting from cradle and gets to, let's look at the extraction of the raw material, bauxite, up to the finite program when it leaves Alro. The biggest impact you will see is held by indirect emission. The second purpose, energy emission. This is based on the national energy mix. A lower value of this emission, obviously, second purpose number 2 is 5.2 out of 7.2. A lower amount of this emission would bring us to be compared with hydroaluminum. So we would go down to below 4 tons of CO2 per ton of aluminum, and we could talk about green aluminum. This is a case study starting from the beginning of producing aluminum, extracting bauxite, extracting aluminum, obtaining electrolytic aluminum out of aluminum, using electrolysis, and as you see, the two components, electrolytic aluminum, liquid aluminum, in the eco melting pot. So we go to the melting place and we get this value. Another case here, because we talk about industry, reference industry, is the one I show you here for a producer of cars, an auto producer, car producer making luxury cars. My point is that they asked us to give information about the intensity of emitting gas of CO2, as you see, is 7.3 for 1 ton of aluminum, whereas we say that in Europe this is below 2, in China is 20 tons of CO2 per kilo, and in Europe is 18. So the emissions of products destined to the market of luxury cars. In our case, we are at the level of medium average one in Europe and 5 times below the world average. Biggest impact has the emission scope 2. It is aluminum is the greatest, Alro is the greatest consumer of energy in Romania, as you know. So I wanted to look at these two examples of two extremes of the top industries, namely machine building industry and car building industry, to understand that Alro is very strongly rooted. We are paying attention to the changes of the climate and the legislation, because now this is all volatile at the level of the Commission, very dynamic, that allows us to be still in the top company. Alro is still in the first companies in Europe concerning emission of CO2 per production of aluminum. Anna, thank you. Yes, if You want to know more about our projects of energy efficiency, investments we made in the last years. To keep our place, look at the sustainability report identifying all the material aspects pertaining to our activity, and of course we are available for questions, other clarifications that you may need. Thank you very much. We thank you as well. I'm happy you have a young team. Mr. Balășoiu wants to ask from Oltenia. Let me give some information in last-minute sessions. Last week, the European Parliament voted on restructuring the scheme of ETC. It was rejected by majority vote. Proposal of the Commission and the Commission, so they brought arguments about that UTC restructuring. The proposal was for the UTC market to participate only interested partners. No funds should be allowed. The report of the Commission investigating that narrative, the conclusion was the market of CO2 certificates was not manipulated. Nevertheless, I want to say a few numbers. In the first 10 players on this UTC market, first 4 are investment funds, 28%. So, question is, if they are transacting for profit, obviously they have nothing with the necessity to keep these certificates of CO2. The arguments hanging in the balance for rejecting the proposal concern the fact that if investment funds are excluded from transactioning, from trading, the capacity to make changes in the European register for CO2 certificates is limited. This is wrong because Oltenia Energy Complex does it in OTC without any broker. Secondly, there is no counterpart. ESMA data, ESMA is the authority which monitors the assets real estate market. It is easy, we have a counterpart without any problem. This is easily proven. Last but not least, the fact that this proposal was rejected because there is no predictability. Liquidity on this market, something which of course is okay. That's all I wanted to say, to add. Proposal was rejected with the support of the left-wing extreme parties, right-wing extreme parties, Greens and Social Democrats. So the proposal comes back to ENVI. ENVI can, in 15 days, to come up with a more moderate reform program. We were dreaming, well, this was an idea which led to the correct quotation of CO2 certificates from 100 last month to bring it to normal limits. Within normal limits, 60 was the projection, and the target was 100 for 2030. Thank you very much. I'm very happy we have experts. If we had these experts 15 years ago, which could negotiate with Brussels, we wouldn't have had this situation now. Petroșan, Mr. Jan Offenberg, Director of Titan. Mr. Offenberg, will tell us a few words about the thermal energy of Bucharest. Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity of speaking. Bucharest is in a hard position, a difficult situation from thermal energy point of view. Let's hope things will be better, but it's a lot of work to be done. We need to work hard to create a new thermal energy system in Bucharest, but not only in Bucharest, because if we don't take some measures, in a few years, the electric energy supply of Bucharest will be in danger because of urban development. But let's look at our topics today, talk about transition. Energy transition, and what are the basic elements we can rely on? What can we do in the short term, very short term, so as to have no problems in the future? First of all, none of the mineral resources that we are using right now should remain unused in the short term, the short run, and very short term. Coal, natural gas, oil, all of these elements participate to making electric energy or mobility. In order to understand the future, medium and long term, we have to look at the past. We need to see how the transition of the planet happened from energy point of view in parallel with the development of human society. All the elements that participated in development of society were mineral resources. As such, they are finite. What elements surround us? We look in the universe, we notice hydrogen, helium, carbon, some metals. All the material elements are derived from the death of stars. They are stellar residua. When a star is formed, it accumulates hydrogen, which by fusion is turned into helium. When stars are dying, their residuum expand, and in the next stage, other stars are formed. Material ones as well accumulate as planets, gas planets, or telluric planets. In our solar system, you will see telluric planets are the smallest ones because they rely on heavier elements, on stronger elements, accumulating and creating the planets. The others are gas. You will find clouds of hydrogen in the universe, but also clouds of methane in the universe, planets made of methane, and so on. Earth is a small telluric planet based on carbon elements. How man has developed since discovering fire, which was burning the wood based on carbon, of course, human society started to evolve. By mid-18th century, human society relied on rough force and was based on coal and other elements that man empirically had been able to develop. The mid-18th century, something happened. In the UK, which had a lot of coal of high quality, and needed steel, the first industrial revolution appeared. This industrial revolution 1 marked the beginning of progress of humanity. At the end of the 19th century, electric energy appears based on carbon and on oil. Carbon in pure form, carbon which participates in a large proportion in the mass of coal, receives the atom of coal and makes crude oil. Crude oil is easier to process, gives a higher efficiency. This evolves, and in the last half of the 20th century we talk about a new jump, nuclear jump. Mankind discovers nuclear fission, heavy atoms of uranium, residues from the death of stars. Mankind discovers how to use it for their own development. The fourth industrial revolution has no roots, is the only one considered to have no roots in the energy area, but in internet development, of automation, of robotics, of blockchain, and so on. This seems come back to the manufacture and appreciation of individual work. Starting with 2000, and then is the fifth revolution. If we look at transition from carbon to hydrogen and other atoms, the next revolution should come to plasma. Talking about nuclear fusion, everyone knows what it is, releasing much bigger amounts of energy, but still difficult to do, hard to reproduce what happens in stars. There are some projects and startups. There is a large reactor looking at nuclear fusion, which provides great hopes. Personally, in Bucharest, we've discussed. In Canada, we see such a startup. We see a mechanism for fusion, nuclear fusion. UK paid hundreds of millions of dollars to develop it in Canada. We would have liked to do that in our case, in Titan, to bring such an installation as a demonstration so we could have a more complete cycle of fission and fusion, because both technologies come from Canada. Technology is rather simple if you're curious. It's not the only startup. There are others, various. By 2020, by 2030, they should be on the market, sold. However, what can we do meanwhile? Because in the current geopolitical context, we cannot wait. We need energy. We cannot stop society. We cannot stop the economy. We cannot stop the industry. We need to do something to move on. We need to continue our activity in the installations that we have, whether coal or something else, energetic, Oltenia Energy Complex, natural gas complex. They are to be done, and then will be. These come to complete our necessary sources of energy. We are looking to see what to do next, because we are going to develop, as the director said, we should not remove something until you replace it with something better. What is the potential of Romania concerning free energy given by the planet and the sun? We call it green. It's not really. Anyway, it's an alternative energy. Not, I'm speaking solar energy. In our country, the geographic position of Romania allows us to have illumination and energy generation in 3.5 hours per day with a nominal power of a solar power plant. Because of the planet is moving, we have wind. Wind is there. In our country, wind could be average 7 to 10 hours per day at nominal power. In some areas, wind in Koshava, in Dobroja, there are some winds. Such winds are continuous. They help get bigger capacity, but we can do it like north of Moldova, in the mountains and so on. We have 50 megawatts in Avramiancu and Curcuba. There is a local wind there, so we can always use wind turbines. The Black Sea potential of the wind, it's quite big. So it's a big potential, but generating investments, enormous investments, but could provide 10 times the necessary consumption of Romania right now. We need to look at it, to consider it. What is the most abundant resource, mineral resource, like it or not? Coal is the richest form of expressing carbon energy on the planet today. Coal, we have on a planet definitely this huge quantity of coal would generate also a lot of gas with a greenhouse effect. Carbon dioxide, for example, and others. This is also obtained by burning methane, but carbon dioxide goes down every day. Other greenhouse effect gases come from hydropower stations. A great accumulation of water may generate the same effect as that of a power plant. Now, coming back to carbon, let's see what can we do at the moment from the point of view of mineral resources, energy resources. Not very well, no, not very positive. We talk about Holland, the Netherlands, UK, Romania, countries which have the possibility, but other countries import resources, and they require continuous accumulation with energy necessary for mobility, and these elements 20 years ago, the United States consumed China had 29%, India 6%. In 2020, China is 56, India 11, US 6%, and we 4%. Obviously, the balance is changed in the consumption of coal worldwide level. Developed countries in the West gradually give up coal because of the environmental policies, Eastern ones rely in their development on coal. This generates, of course, greenhouse gas. If we go there, you will see that they are very polluted. So, what can we do? Coal is based on carbon. It can be used by liquefaction. It can be liquefied in certain high temperature and high positions without any problem, but cost will be very high. This was done in World War II. No, nothing new from technology point of view. Biggest producer of liquefied coal is China, of course. We can turn it into gas, but this can be done the resulting gas is a mixture of gas such as methane, carbon monoxide with the potential of being reused in certain conditions. What can we do? Out of coal, we can make many products, energy products as well. Not forget that if we want to create carbon foam, carbon fiber, and so on, we can talk about costs with 10 to 100 times higher, revenues of 10 to 100 times higher per ton of carbon. In the United States, there are such enterprises which do that. We can burn coal investing in capturing carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide can be captured and injected into oil fields so that it can help the production of oil. Also, it's possible to use by injecting or recovering the heat into other equipments for producing heat. For example, there are a Rankine cycle using oils with a temperature of vaporization of below 100, like 80 or 90. We can make 1 or 2 megawatts to recover heat. Also, we can do subterranean gasification and recovering heat on a geotechnical principle. Many things are to be talked. Unfortunately, time is short, but thank you for listening and give the floor to the professor for the next. Thank you, Iulian, very much. I want to give the floor to Mr. Ionuț Prădoiu, a professor in Petroșani.
Please, short as possible. Thank you. I'm honored to participate in this forum. I'll be very brief, and in the introduction, I will point out a few ideas which I have written down in the opening of the FOREN event 2 days ago. Because 2 days ago, 2 years ago, we were talking about climate changes in the first place, and then security. Now it's security first and climate change second. Since 2015, the Paris Agreement, where they say we'll live at the lowest point at the midst of the nuclear and the coal. We have to rethink the energy mix. As Mr. Chiritoiu said, after the crisis, after the pandemics, now is the war. Gas is more expensive than coal, so the marginal cost is given by gas nowadays, not coal. As an example, 1 megawatt produced on lignite goes to the price of 700 RON with the CO2 certificate included, whereas 1 megawatt produced by gas, it's more than 1,050 RON. So it's very, very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to bear this for the population. European Union was taken by surprise by this crisis, and disappointing decisions from Brussels came. So Europe is unable to come with a recipe. All the words of the from what the prestigious speakers, it results that Romania does not have a compass. It's just aid and support measures. We should try to learn from the past and find some stable schemes. As mentioned, now we have capacity of 2,500 megawatts interconnection capacity for export and 2,000 for import. In 2030, we will reach 6,000 megawatt interconnection capacity for import. So the conclusions we'll draw the conclusions together, because we're speaking about the energy security and the weight of the fuels and the security of supply. Another addition would be that we're speaking about renewables for an order for turbines, and Mr. Georgiou said if you order a turbine, we shall have to wait for 3 years, and the price is 40% higher. After several plans and debates, someone from ANRE suggested that we come back to the talks with the situation, the present-day situation. Very briefly, I'd like to say that within the national energy system, after the attack on Ukraine, coal is now a priority in Europe in order to provide for the energy resources. This is supported by studies drafted by the International Energy Association, which highlights the fact that in the next 10 years, the demand for energy is only increasing. Mentioning, as the previous speaker said, coal plays a major role in the developed economy and in the emerging economies as well. In the case of Europe, it produced 364.7 terawatt per hour from fossil fuel. From countries from the European Union, Germany has installed capacities on coal in 2022 of more than 37,000 megawatts, Poland 26,000 megawatts, so countries with impressive figures. Statistically, Romania produced in 2021 on coal 18.65%. The net production of electricity in the national energy system in the last 14 years went from 19 terawatts per hour in 2008 to 9.2 terawatts per hour in 2021. Nowadays, we mining coal and lignite from the Oltenia, from mines belonging to the energy complex in Oltenia. This year, they have a program of 17 million tons, and serious production for next year about 15 million tons. So we have 3 mining perimeters. In Chet Govora, they used to produce about 2 million tons 2 years ago, and now a little more, over to 1 million tons lignite. In the last 3 years, the net energy consumption of Romania was higher than the total net production. Considering the exponential increase of the use of electricity from wind sources and the drastic decrease of the fossil fuel power plants, we see a decrease from 54.6 to 35% in 2021. These led to very high prices, which lately, in the last 3 years, Romania had higher prices than in Germany. Making an analysis, for instance, for the month of February, between 2019 and 2022, the average value of the price in this period was in Romania of 298 euro per megawatt, and compared to 263 in Poland. And you see that Poland has a stable and one of the lowest prices in the EU, because they operate on coal as internal structure, and they transact on the spot market only very low quantities. In Romania, the market share is about 40% of the net forecasted consumption. In addition, if in 2021 if we had a lignite production at least or coal, at least at the level of 2012, we would have covered the need for import. Romania will be unable to produce the energy for heating of schools, hospitals, and population. Because we extract the gas, which we produce energy, and we export it. Another mention is that the total production 22 compared to 2015 in Romania is down by 27%. This is the country with the highest reduction, the most important reduction of electricity production in Europe. In the last three decades, there's been major changes in the Romanian system. And if Romania is a member of EU, the undertakings for each step should be thought out carefully in the national interest, but also in order to enforce the common objectives of the European Union. Romania is one of the countries of the European Union who can provide practically on a medium term for its needs, energy needs, if we apply a correct policy. To end, in the end, coal, lignite especially, coal should represent an important pillar in the energy safety on average term. We should apply policies which can accelerate innovation and investments. This contrasts with the policy of encouraging the wind, sun, and water, which are considered clean, and also we should rethink the European policy of closing down the coal mines. Thank you very much. We have reached the end. Just one thing, I didn't want to discuss the technical personnel, engineers, because in this transition needs specialists. I didn't want to talk about this because there is the next panel which will discuss this issue. We are thinking of this. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your participation. I think the debates were very important, both on legislation and the producers and consumers, and I hope starting from we will live here with some very clear ideas. I mean, we have good people, we have the abilities to cope. The important thing would be for the political factor to help us so as to allow us to solve the problems. Are there any questions? Yes, I have a question, if possible, two or maybe three. One is for Mr. Boleshoiu. Please, can you tell us whether in the worst case scenario, if we have a disruption at the level of in this winter, a disruption of the Russian gas supply, how can the Oltenia energy complex operate in winter? And do you think you can cover this natural gas electricity power? Because you know that this is the last solution. including there is also including the possibility for the gas power plants to be stopped. And then we have a question for Mr. Offenberg. His presentation was extremely interesting, but I think Titan Bausch is supposed to build a 50 megawatts power plant. I'm sorry, this is a lousy 50 megawatts. It's supposed to be built for the last 2 years. Do you have a deadline? What stage? When will it be ready? I know. I suppose you have the money. Are you? Do you have the feasibility studies? Do you have some deadlines? And the third question is for the lady from Alro. Whether until this moment the company had any issue because the majority shareholder is a Russian businessman, and do you think you'll have a problem with this? I am Mihai Nicu, journalist. Mr. Boloshev, the Oltenia energy complex can still double its production capacity, meaning that for the next winter we can reach 2100 delivered megawatts. This is a production of about 2300 megawatts. Starting the 1st of January 2023, we'll have to close another 2 energy groups. And we intend to make this closure not really on the 1st of January, but after this date, so as to cover the winter peak for an eventual lack of adequacy of the energy system. So this is probably the answer to your question. Okay, Tintabao indeed should have been operational for quite a while. It is in operation since last year, but the feasibility study is in progress, and you know we have won the competition, and when the feasibility study is completed, we shall go to obtaining the permits and the solution studies for the electrical part and the gas part in order to be able to connect it to the electricity and gas. Now the power plant goes to 50 megawatts, and this constraint is due to the fact that the gas network will cover for a certain gas flow, and also the electric network should be changed. But on the former district heating power plant in Titan, we should increase the power to have sufficient power at that area, which is not a very large surface. So from the thermal point of view, we need about at least 30 megawatts. The networks in the east area of Bucharest, it's Titan and the adjacent party. The thermoenergetic has refurbished some parts of the power plant, and it will be completed. At the same time, we provided for them an area for the people from Thermoenergetica to be able to put in place a temporary power plant, so that in the winter 2022 to 2023, to be able, so as for them to be able to deliver electricity to that area. The contract is at present being discussed, and it's about to be signed. From the moment of the signature, they will assemble their part of the equipment. There is a financing, but the difference from the financing we'll get from bank credits or accessing funds, if such calls will be still open. Otherwise, we hope that in the period of about 3 to 4 years to be able to talk about the Titan power plant, or we'll see, considering that the technology is either using engines or combined turbine and engines, considering the power which is not high, and also the need for this plant to provide for the energy as possible, but also to support the electric the energy system. This is a cogeneration plant, so we think the project will be made until the end of this year. We have the feasibility study and we'll know exactly the indicators. We'll start the approval process and then the study solution, obtaining the connection approvals, and then we'll start work in a Turkey procedure. Anna Maria, please. Thank you for the question. To begin with, if you mean the beneficial owner, this is the Israeli person. In all presentations and official communication, since from the start of the conflict with Ukraine, we officially stated that we are not directly exposed to operations or people, persons of Russian origin. And in 2018, we started also a public bid, secondary, which was finalized by a private sale, and the shareholders at present. We have to a large proportion Romanian companies. You know that our shareholders is the Power Holding. That Power Holding is the people from Dedeman, the largest investment fund in Romania, the Proprietate Fund, and the holding company is registered in Cyprus. I hope I have answered your question. One very short question. So the activity, production activity of electricity is an economic activity. Romania has lignite resources. Germany took some decisions on which the German state came to change the decisions. We still have these lignite resources. How many operation hours do the groups in the Oltenia complex still have? Just for us to know whether the reserve is larger or smaller than the lignite reserve. I'd like to respond, you know. So the rehabilitated blocks of flats have a lifetime of 150,000 hours. That's about 20 years of operation. These previously rehabilitated blocks still have a lifetime of 80 and 100,000 hours. So the 12 to 13 years. This is where we are with our reserve in the energy field. One shorter question for Mr. Balashov. A few years ago, there was a large project in your company for the capture and the storage of CO2, if you remember. What's the situation at present? Do you have a installation to capture the carbon dioxide? I'll be very brief. The Jetica project, which started with a feasibility study supported by the Norwegian state, and not only. This ended with a feasibility study concerning the a carbon capture equipment which was able to lower the certificated emissions by retaining them to 85%, storage and transport and injection, as the professor said, injection in the soil. These projects were supposed to be completed with European support. They were not commercial projects. As you very well know, in the world there is no replica, so to speak, replica of laboratory data on the creation of this system. That is, to give an example, the maintenance and exploitation cost about 1 billion euros. The creation of the cells and their addition to the energy blocks costed 1.5 billion euros. Transportation and injection, other 500 million euro. So the project was not just unfeasible, but impossible economically. So the European Union decided to make some 6 demonstrative projects with related funding. So it's about more than 50% of the expenses. So we made we applied there too. The Romanian government was supposed to approve this by a government decision, but unfortunately, the European Union, because they didn't have an image on the possibility for these experiments to obtain results, withdrew this financing. You know, it's if you get a fund, AR300, from the sale of certificates, and thus the huge front or it's the impossibility to implement from an economic point of view. Technically, it is perfectly feasible. Its sustainability is practically extraordinarily difficult to reach. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you are happy with the answers, and good appetite.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Complexul energetic Oltenia garantează de 40 de ani siguranța sistemului energetic național. Pentru că vântul nu bate în fiecare zi, debitul apelor scade în arșița soarelui și nici soarele nu strălucește tot timpul pe cer. În schimb, cărbunele complexului energetic Oltenia mai poate furniza energie României încă 40 de ani de acum înainte. Și asta doar cu rezervele descoperite până în prezent.
Complexul energetic Oltenia. Energia pământului românesc.
0 plus 1 este egal cu 1, nu? Nu chiar. O idee plus inspirație 0 rămâne doar o idee. Dar la Deloitte știm că 0 plus 1 este infinit. Precum un copac, o idee crește, se dezvoltă în mai multe ramuri și renaște cu fiecare schimbare. Atunci când înveți că adunarea înseamnă creștere, nu te oprești doar la 1 plus 1, ci mergi mai departe, mai adaugi 1 și apoi 2 și poate 3 sau 5 și astfel, asemenea spiralei lui Fibonacci, ideea ta de la început este acum o structură stabilă, care se dezvoltă armonios și este capabilă să susțină orice îți propui. Dincolo de frumusețea din numere, la Deloitte am înțeles că esența succesului sunt oamenii, clienți, colegi, parteneri. Toți suntem o constelație de numere, o constelație de conexiuni. Acesta este universul Deloitte, despre oameni dincolo de numere.
We are Hitachi Energy. We believe in a sustainable energy future for all, where everyday lives are powered by what nature gives freely. How we wake up, visit our friends, buy our food. Our energy future needs to be sustainable, flexible, and secure. And electricity will be the backbone of the entire energy system, underpinning our everyday lives. Climate change, one of the most urgent challenges of our times. Our people are at the forefront of innovation. Together with customers and partners, we're pioneering technologies and solutions to solve this global challenge, to make the promise of the energy transition real. And we're doing it with pace. We're anticipating the future and taking the steps together along the different pathways to progress carbon-neutral society. We're inspired to create a real and positive impact, from connecting communities to reducing carbon emissions throughout the energy system. It's all possible today. We bring diversity of thought and experience and a centuries-long heritage, grown in more than 140 countries, We're committed to advancing a sustainable energy future for today's generation and those to come.
Already. So we had to wait for our colleagues, panelists. Let me introduce the members of the panel. I'm Horia Necula, Polytechnical University in Bucharest, Director General of Siemens Energy Romania, Mr. Petru Rușeț. We shall moderate this event. Mr. Rușeț will join us immediately. Let me start with Mrs. Silvia Vlăsceanu, Executive Director, Hero Romania, keynote speaker today. Welcome. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Professor Radu Pentiuc from Suceava. He will join us immediately as well. Mrs. Pro-Rector of the Oil and Gas University of Ploiești, Mrs. Aura Pătrașcu, welcome. President of the Senate of the University of Oil and Gas in Ploiești, thank you for accepting our invitation. Thank you for being here with us today. Mrs. Catalina Nedelcu from FABIS, Mr. Virgiliu Ioan from the National Agency for Qualifications. First time it's an honor to have a representative from the National Qualification Agency. Mr. Tadeusz Amin Sawa from fellow 100, Mr. Sebastian Enache from Monson, welcome, thank you for accepting our invitation. Mrs. Mihaela Constantinescu from OPCOM, thank you for joining us today. Last but not least, Mr. Teodor Chirică, Director, Nuclear Electrica. Like always, he could not be absent from such an event. Last month we have been in 3 events together on the same topics. From fellow Romania, online, Mr. Ștefan Voronca will join us online. At present has internship in INSA Strasbourg. He will join us online for this event. As you know, the topic of our event today is connected to technical higher education. Right now, in this period of energy transition, which particularly in this period, with many challenges, things which have changed our life and impose a new vision also concerning higher education, energy education, because we are talking about this. For the beginning, I will give the floor to Mrs. Silvia Vlăsceanu. She will present her intervention and then we shall continue with our guests. Thank you. I'm not going there. This is a discussion about education. I feel better to have the feeling that I am in front of my students. So I will talk to you as I talk to my students usually, not from that. This topic is natural. We had to talk about this. It's a traditional topic in FOREN. Maybe we should, at a certain moment, make an assessment of the efficiency of these debates from one edition to another and see what has changed in the last 2 years. This time it has been a longer period between two events. Maybe not the best assessment after 2 years of pandemic. Education has been affected quite seriously, suffered a lot. And now let me come back to the topic of our discussion today. How prepared is the educational system and the university system? How prepared is it for the energy transition? It is a topic we should all consider. We are involved in this sector. We have been through university ourselves, technical university, economic or legal university or some other specialization. We all have connection with energy. Probably we should think primarily at the quality of the information that the professors and the university in general conveys to students. It is not something new. If I say that we should be more flexible educational methods, flexible curriculum, adaptation of the curriculum to energy transition, more flexibility indeed would be necessary. There are many proposals, each one of us, we could mention some ideas. Now, thinking about the Energy University, after 1990, if I talk about this particular faculty or department, the name has changed. Essentially the same subjects as before 1989. If we talk about transition, we talk about renewables. Maybe, and this is a proposal perhaps, renewable as a special department or sub-department of the university should be set up because it does not exist. Okay, we have hydroelectric energy as a section or a sub-department, but maybe the Bucharest Polytechnic University could take into account the idea of creating such a sub-department for renewables, and other sub-departments may be renamed in order to be more suitable for the energy transition. Apart from the names, maybe we can talk about the adaptability of students and teaching staff, professors, the faculty for adaptation to the new transformations in the energy sector. It's not just professors, or primarily the professors should adapt to this and change their methods and adapt, but also students should have more critical thinking and make proposals to their teaching staff in a friendly, civilized way, respectfully, of course, respecting the age and the scientific level of professors, but professors and students could learn together. If we talk about energy transition, I think no professor can say that they know everything. What we learned many years ago in school is no longer necessarily valid today. Even those who are students could think about the fact that what they are learning today will have to be updated later, because they have to keep learning always. Technologies are making huge progress. New technologies did not exist 30 years ago. There was a discussion earlier about Tarnitsa project, and we see what happens with Tarnitsa. It's one example a negative example. Some things have not been implemented after many years, but we had a very good department at the time, nuclear energy. In time, interest for nuclear energy has gone down because students have seen that units 3 and 4 are not becoming real, so they are going elsewhere. For 20 years, no, there are 20 students or 25 students. Every year, 25 graduates. In 30 years would have been thousands of students who could find no job in the nuclear sector. But today, Nuclear Electrica needs graduates from such a department, and they don't exist. They cannot be trained overnight. So if we really go about building reactors, modular reactors or reactors units 3 and 4 in Cernavodă, able to absorb the labor force, qualified labor, they don't exist. So this is a relationship that should exist between universities and the environmental, the business environment. There is a big inertia of the university environment. Inertia, they are reluctant to mirror the fast, rapid changes in the economic environment. There are professions which are disappearing, other professions exist, and the university cannot cope with the fast pace. We who are in this energy industry, when we see that universities need to produce, so to speak, graduates, we need to think that on the one hand, the business environment should formulate requirements and should support the universities so that teachers and students should have access to the newest technologies, maybe finance some sections. The businesses could finance the university departments and provide the means for getting equipment for the laboratories. So you see, these are important things. The laboratories, the SCADA laboratories, for example, this was a partnership with some companies and market operators. Mr. Rushets knows more. Other people will give you more details. Some aspects that I wanted to mention, because there are here people of the business, of the universities, of the energy companies. The energy transition needs specialists, and if we want specialists, we must help the academic environment with proposals, fundings that can be acquired through our companies. Thank you for the chance of joining this panel. I'm very close to the Polytechnical University and the Oil and Gas University. I'm connecting renewable energy and fossil fuels, oil and gas. Anyway, I hope we can meet again in the next forum, or earlier, perhaps faster, and talk about the effects or results of a collaboration between business environment and profile universities. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Vrăsceanu. Like I said, she is close to university business environment, the Polytechnical University and the other universities. Always been an interface between us and the economic environment. representing it in various acque and hero and intentions and goodwill, always obvious, and I want to thank her. Now, two comments on what she said. As you know, the philosophy of education, the higher education, implemented in Poland, you know, the process has changed somewhat. Three distinct cycles. The graduation paper was a joint education, a common education without a specialization to that graduate. After the BA follows the master degree, more specialized training, and then the PhD. As you know what it means in higher education. Now, Mr. Yuan from National Qualification Agency will present an interesting statistics concerning the numbers in higher education. You will see impressive numbers and data for technical universities, technical higher education. There are 600, not 1,600 specializations for the bachelor degree. It's an impressive number. It's a lot. I think it's a bit too much because the philosophy of Bologna education was completely different. One example, in our polytechnics, we have 100 specialization for a BA and 300 for the master degree. That's all we have in the Polytechnic University. From my point of view, we need to review the specializations because the number of graduates is going down. Minister Campanu just announced publicly that 40,000 children less have registered for the baccalaureate, 40,000 less than last year. You see, the consequences are dramatic concerning higher education as well, in general, not just technical education. And this is certainly going to affect us. The idea is to attract kids, good children, to technical universities, because we all see that we need specialists. Today, Mr. Rushets can comment. The last generations who entered the energy system by direct repartition, let's say, from the universities in the past, in the 1970s or 80s, and they remained in the system, and now they're retiring. The last generations are retiring, and it will be a gap hard to fill. As to the cooperation with companies, with the Polytechnic University, we have many such cooperations. Maybe we can say over 1,000 partnerships with the economic environment, different specializations, not just energy, but the main thing is they brought essential assets. In the last 2 years, there were 4 or 5 laboratories created with the support of the business environment. A few days ago, we inaugurated an automation laboratory with the company, and we can give the name. It's a Honeywell company. 6 months ago, a laboratory for 4.0 Crystal system. A few months ago, SCADA laboratory in the energy department, and there is a longer list. So this is very beneficial and encouraging for the future, and that means better training for the graduates, the students, and better specialists for you, the companies, who will benefit from our efforts. Let me welcome Director General Rușeț, Siemens Romania, Mr. Radu Pentiuc, Suceava University has joined us as well. Now let me ask Mr. Petru Rușeț to say a few words. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here as a co-moderator in FOREN, this extremely intensely discussed topic lately. What can I say? The industry is looking very carefully and has two main elements which are driving us. One is what Mr. Prorector just said. Fewer and fewer students choose energy as a department, and fewer graduate, and even fewer stay in the energy system. On the other hand, the main driver is what's going to happen in the energy industry, the investments envisaged, and we are sure without intervening in this chain, we will not have a well-trained human resource for this energy transition. For Zima, speaking about our company, decided last year from Siemens, conditions we have in Romania, we decided to take a step forward in the collaboration with universities and decided to invest in this collaboration, to invest indeed human resources and people who will come and establish regularly conveying business information, latest technologies, and we don't stop here with the laboratories already created. We have a colleague here, Mr. Marian Costa, who already is pursuing another laboratory, extraordinary one from the point of view of the concept. First time ever in Romania, we'll try to create HEDC laboratory and remain pioneers for bringing technology, new technology to Romania. I don't want to monopolize the discussion. I will intervene later again, but I'm happy if we can, from the point of view of this industry and manufacturers, to help the school, not just the schools mentioned. We have a good collaboration with the Academy of Economic Studies in Bucharest, FABIS. Our colleague will present this immediately, and we hope you will be more interested in a way of collaboration, fruitful collaboration, and so we have good, well-trained students in order to deal with the energy transformation projects, which we look forward to. Thank you, Director. And I propose we give the floor to our guests. The presentations will be made, and then we can have our discussion. Let me start with the ladies first. Give the floor to Mrs. Professor Aura Pătrașcu, Oil and Gas University in Ploiești. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to meet again. It's an honor for me to be here today with you, and I wish to speak about raising the quality in the field of energy education and training, higher education for high-quality human resources. You spoke about the relationship between universities and businesses or economic environment. Fortunately, the Oil and Gas University has a long tradition. We have partners which take a great interest in our students, quite a lot. Many people working in such companies today have graduated from our university. They always helped our university. After graduation, the traditional energy industry is energy based on conventional resources, oil and gas, fossil fuels, is one of the most important in Romania. The second part of last century in Romania, we built a strong industry for extracting oil and processing it. Also imported oil. Oil, gas, coal, this is the main engine allowing humanity to make scientific progress, reaching a level never dreamt before. We are blaming now the fossil fuels. We are blaming them for their negative effects on the environment, but without these cheap resources, we could have never made the progress that we have. As a representative of the Oil and Gas University of Ploiești, I have to say that today the university has strong roots in our oil and gas traditional school. From a historical perspective, the evolution of our university had two stages, 1948 to 1967, when the university was called an institute. It was in Bucharest. It had 5 departments: geology, oil exploitation, oil and gas technology, oil machinery and equipment, and industry organization. Starting 1967, it moved to Ploiești with 3 departments: oil, machinery and equipment, well drilling and exploitation of oil and gas, and technology and chemistry of oil. Not going into details, until 1990, the institute and the specializations of the Oil and Gas Institute were unique. There was a certain specialization which was uniquely recognized worldwide. Many specialists. Of course, after 1990, after the revolution, our university underwent a development process, introducing short-term specializations, long-term ones as well, both in the field of technical specializations and in other fields. At the time, in 1992, one rector who had a vision, Professor Nicolae Napoleon Antonescu, introduced other specializations at the time, letters and science and economic sciences as well. Now, coming back to the topic of our discussion, new energy approaches in the transition period and training human resources, Steiner said the future of clean energy is not just possible and desirable, but it must be there. It is essential, fundamentally. Decisions and actions will determine if Anthropocene will be a period when human ingenuity and our responsibility will allow the 10 billion peoples on the planet to have access to modern forms of energy without compromising systems which are supporting life on our planet. Today, our university runs research contracts with companies in the field of oil, such as Romgaz, Lukoil, Petrostar, OMV, Petrom. Like I said before, in these companies, there are many graduates of our university, graduates which I have even met some of them today here in this room. I also want to say that in our university, which runs research projects in a partnership with Compet for using heat pumps and solar energy for heating the oil in view of transportation. The university holds conferences on the topic of renewable energies, symposia organized with the help of E.ON, the Energy Challenge, and the international conferences Black Sea, which are organized with students from many countries, Indonesia, Holland, Italy, Turkmenistan. Someone mentioned here licenses. No, the BA, the bachelor degrees, universities should redefine themselves. Maybe that's why there are so many specializations under BA and MA. Mrs. Vlașanu said universities need to adapt and have flexibility. Well, that's what they do. They are trying to keep up with the economic environment. Definitely the economic environment should come also to universities, because universities are those who train the human resources they need. Today in Romania, 400,000 oil and gas deposits are exploited. In the medium and long term, the certain reserves of oil and gas can be increased by implementing new technologies, increasing the degree of recovery and project implementation for deep exploitation, including offshore and the Black Sea continental plateau. We also depend on the evolution of the transport sector. In the last decade, because of strict regulations, technology has evolved to high-efficiency internal combustion engines. Worldwide, there is a diversification of the propulsion engine for cars by using biofuel, natural gas, and biogas, and electric energy, marginally hydrogen as well. Our university has and is running, or is considering, because this is what the Senate of our university voted, new specializations in the, we don't go to energy, but we shall have in mind to introduce in the curriculum and the education plans renewable energies as well. As opportunities, there are opportunities like underground deposits of gas, interconnection of transport systems for gas and electricity between Romania and Moldova, priority investment projects, investments in technological upgrading and modernization, high incentive investment environment, offshore investments in the Black Sea, sustainable development of production of clean hydrogen, and supporting education and promoting scientific research, energy security, and work or labor security or work safety, safety at work. A few conclusions. Until recently, the energy policy strategy counted on the role of Romania as a transit territory for fossil fuels between Caspic Sea and Middle East to Central and Western European markets. Now Romania has to redefine itself as an exporter of energy and supplier of energy security in a region dominated by the monopoly of exports of gas from the Russian Federation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to you, Professor, for the interesting presentation, and I'll give the floor to our next lady, Mrs. Cătălina Nedelcu from FABIZ, also on the area of energy, but this time on the energy management area, with very interesting things for our field. Thank you so much. It's a bit, I'm used to speak very loudly without a mic, but I will try and adapt my voice. Thank you very much for the invitation. I feel very honored to participate in this event. It's a first for me also. It's my first FOREN as a speaker, and I'm very happy to be able to speak about education. And this is a project in which I got involved a lot in the last 5 years, and namely, it's the MBA Energy program, which the Academy of Economic Studies in Bucharest, that's FABIZ. FABIZ means the Faculty of Administration of Business with the instruction in foreign languages. It's been, I think, 10 years since they decided to start this program. This was an initiative of the business environment. Somehow, after some discussions with representatives, I'm looking here now to Mr. Binig, and I know he was present during the talks 10 years ago with Mateo Casani, Irina Popescu, and some other people who are still part of this program. And they somehow identified a need for specialization and the need for to train experts in this field in order to prepare them to become leaders and in the top management of the profile companies. This program is destined, is meant to any experts, specialists, people active in the energy sector, which have leadership abilities and which we are somehow trying to identify and turn into account. Or people who with ambitions in their career and in their professional training. And of course, we take into account their previous training, like if they are graduates so in the energy sector or engineers wishing to complete their training studies in the energy sector, or economists which work in this sector. We need to better understand the details, market elements, regulation, energy policies. They need to become better acquainted with the renewable energy, sustainable development, all that related to, well, it depends on how much we are able to cover. I'm very glad to be able to speak about this. So, yeah, if I wouldn't want to talk too much about this, because I could speak indefinitely about this subject. I can answer to your questions, and we can I can stay here after the conference, and I can answer your questions if you're interested. Anyway, we're very happy, and we are very much interested in the support we receive from the business environment. We have partners and partnerships which we want to develop. Mr. Rushets has already mentioned the partnership they have with us, Siemens Energy, together with other companies in this area. But of course, Siemens Energy is a very trusty partner, and they have contributed quite a lot to the development of our program, both by the human resources they sent to this program, because it's very important to have some experience of our students, and also the fact that our professors are very well prepared, and we're trying to improve, continuously improve their expertise. We have business experts coming to us who are more oriented and better connected to the professional environment. Of course, the experience of the students is also a very important ingredient in the success of this program. The networking which we are trying to facilitate, the network, the alumni network we are working on, and some elements in the research area. We're trying to coalesce them around the research center, energy research center, which we're trying to create in our faculty, and which is related to the program. I mean, research in the energy area, but also a powerful economic component. There are very many elements which about which I could talk. I'm very happy for the interest I noticed from the specialists willing to get also some economic or management background. But also I'm very happy about the interest and the opening of the companies willing to receive the candidates, finance their participation, selecting participants to this program. Because as I was saying, somehow success comes from several directions, and the quality of the students is also very important, extremely important. And we're very happy we were able to have our contribution to this. And as our next challenge, we want to obtain international accreditations for our program. And we started these accreditations on international criteria. And our goal is 2030. Then we hope to speak about, be able to speak about an MBA program acknowledged, recognized on an international level. Although it is an executive MBA, in fact, and we have demands from the students with previous professional experience, and the rigor the admission is very serious, and the degree is a master's degree, because this is due to the legislation, to our legislation. However, we're working on a partnership with the University of Oslo, Norwegian Business School, and they have a similar program. This is an executive master in energy. Starting this year, the coordinator of the program will come here and teach a strategy course in our university, and we hope that this is the beginning of a good cooperation. That's about it, what I could tell you about the program. I, for myself, have become acquainted with the sector in 2015 when I was invited to join the team of by the State Secretary at the time, because I didn't have any background in energy, but I was so fascinated that I actually felt the need to specialize in this field. Although I did graduate from the Economic University, the Academy of Economic Sciences, and subsequently I had the chance to work in this field until recently, being very active in with the Electrica company as CEO and responsible for the investors. I changed a bit my activity, my field during the last months. I went to some investment funds, but also investment funds in the energy sector. So yes, I really hope we'll be able to do a lot of nice things together. I'm not going to enlarge upon this, but I will expect your questions. Thank you. Didn't mention just the Siemens Energy relationship with Fabis, but just to tell you that from our point of view of a global company, this is a benchmark. What they have done in the last 10 years and what they're planning to do for Romania at a business school, this is unique. And what I can tell you from our point of view is that the company, due to the development and this engineering hub, our company decided to invest, not just let me do it alone. Thank you very much, Catalina, and I will now give the floor to Mr. Chirica and oh, sorry, Mrs. Mihaela Constantinescu, I'm really sorry. I have a presentation, but first of all, I'd like to thank Professor and the lady. Mr. Professor is from the Polytechnical School. Most of my colleagues are energy graduates. We work very well with young people. They are very well prepared and willing to develop new products, learn to operate the transaction platforms, to write procedures and instructions, because this is our main activity. And on this occasion, I'd like to present you one of our products. The latest market we have developed is so practically this is the latest product which we have modified for the large consumer market. This winter we just happened to, well, you know, prices increased previously also, but but now there is a huge interest for this market. Suddenly, the large consumers market was initially defined by order number 55 from 2012, but it wasn't really successful so far. The regulation was very complicated, and we noticed that it had to be adapted to the present context, and therefore ANRE issued a new order at the end of March 2022. It's the modification to the regulation regarding the organized framework for the contracting of electrical energy. It was immediately changed. And this was about the access of sellers as initiator, because at first it only dealt with buyers, only the buyers as initiators, but now you have also the sellers. A few words about this market. Consumers as defined are actually companies with an annual consumption higher than 70,000 megawatts hour, including investors and network operators are considered consumers. But for this market, the sellers can only be producers and operators of storage plants, and they can participate directly or by aggregation to the market. The consumers, as like companies, they can deal, of course, and they can participate to the market by aggregation. In order to join this market, we require a series of documents. I'm not going into details. What I'd like to state here is that compared to the previous order, it is necessary to have a certificate of belonging to this market. I will now show you the mechanism of this of transacting on this market. We have consumers who will indicate to us what type of contract they want, whether they're their own contract or standard contract, together with the other participants of the market. A program to develop the transaction sessions and selection criteria. Of course, the initiators have the possibility to propose their own selection criteria. Initiators also organize this selection. They send us their list. We publish it. We announce the potential respondents, and then we start the bidding, the online bidding session on the day decided by the initiators. At the moment when they send our application. Demand meets offer, and the buying and selling offers are crossed, and then there's a transaction on our platform. We publish the results, and we then wait for the contracts to come. I will enter a bit into details for the initiating offers. So they can be sent by buyers and the sellers, and as well as buyers. The contract can be proposed as a standard or EFET type contract. And the offers, as they are conceived, they are practically price to quantity offers, but the quantity can be divided into a number of fractions. When the initiator indicates fraction 1, this means they want to offer the contract to one participant. This total quantity offered can be divided into a number of fractions, which means that for several fractions they can allot this quantity to several respondents. They can indicate a variation of power on various intervals, and if the contract is on a long period longer than 1 year, there can be an adjustment, price adjustment formula after the first delivery year of delivery. Due to reporting, remit reporting reasons, we insert the offer the day when it is published on the site, and it will stay like that until the day when the actual bidding takes place. The initiator in this case will just change the price, and the respondents will insert the price and quantity. And as I already said, the transaction platform allows the correlation of those offers on the market, which satisfy the correlation requirements. We publish the results, and we notified the winning parties, and we then wait for the signed contracts. This is how the bidding takes place on our site. I say this market brings some benefits, and I mean that the initiator has full liberty to propose a quantity, the price, the contract. They can propose their own product combination. That is, they can combine band and peak in an offer. They can also propose their own program for the unfolding of the transaction. Maybe they don't need so many days for the selection process, for instance. They have a quite large area of freedom, in our opinion. This market addresses large clients, end clients, who have the ability to contract electricity directly with the producers. Thank you. Thank you also, and now Director Chirica, please. Hello, everybody. Mr. Distinguished panel, Mr. Director, please allow me to be more brief, because I have to return to Bucharest. This presentation is about the dynamics of the human resources with nuclear electrica. We have two directions: the preparing for refurbishing, and the next step will be selecting the operating personnel for the small and medium-sized nuclear reactors. And I mentioned here the convention between the government of the United States and Romania to place a simulator with the Polytechnic University in Bucharest. I'm not going to be very long in this presentation, but we are able to prepare new structures for the control room, qualified operators who can also be instructors. We have few people able to do this. There is a representative in our central. We prepare the request for bidding. We'll have similar power plants in Romania. We will have also some experts, foreign experts, who will maintain the contact with the executive management. We recently had an environment with an expert from 1O Atlanta Center, where we are affiliated. I am also the member in the Administration Council for the nuclear security. I think we have all the ingredients to make sure that we will have continuity for the labor force. I'm not right. So there is a legal framework for the human resources, and so the first would be the legal requirement. It's the National Committee for Nuclear Energy, then the strategic directions for action to provide for human resources for the Chernavoda nuclear power plant, then also department regulations for the functional group and the responsibility areas, action directions. That means maintaining highly qualified personnel in our company. We were always a very good provider for specialized personnel. For the nuclear power plants in the Emirates, for instance, our experts are recognized as very good by the people there. recruiting, selection, and employment of human resources, training and development of the professionals, and management of knowledge, performance management, optimizing of the organization. Very important is also a specific nuclear security culture. Even people who do not operate in the nuclear area, a chief accountant, for instance, must know that if the document is not correctly signed, this can be harmful to the nuclear security. So this is it's very important. I mean, we don't want a manager to come and say we are losing step, but money, skip this step. No, we can't skip steps. Challenges and limitations. Challenges would be the major development programs, the diversification of activity, average age of employee 44 years, perspective of retirements in the next 5 to 10 years. About 10% retirements every year, the required human resources, and the limitations would be the lack of interest of the young people, because the youth, they are not really interested in position based on science and energy, migration to more developed countries for better salaries, and better living standards, and the long duration of this on-the-job training. So this training on the job does not take 6 years or 3 years. It takes years. To become a chief operator, you need about 10 to 15 years until you can be one of the 3 people who control the power plant. Major development project, we have already used these slides these days, but I'm just reminding them. It's refurbishing of Unit 1, 2 new CANDO units. The Red Star means they are the object of a partnership, not the Atlantic Partnership, where we envisage both the United States and Canada, and the France and Italy, who are the traditional partners in Cernavoda, and then the storage and extraction plant, which is very important for the reduction of the emissions. And more recently, we are also we took over the uranium concentrate plant from Feldioara. Diversifying of the activities of Nuclear Electrica along the 2 branches, the nuclear power plant in Cernavoda and the nuclear fuel plant in Pitești. We have also a period of glory, and then there was a massive reduction of staff, and then it was recapitalized, and then we have practically optimum staff. The plant for the concentration of the uranium fuel, and there's also a branch dealing with nuclear services, for Nuclear Electrica services. All these companies are 100% held by Nuclear Electrica. What do we do? In 2021, we employed 500 new people, so it was a massive employment. The tendency is supposed to continue. We expect 300 new people to be employed in 2022, and another 300 in the next 2 years. 85% of the workplaces are in the power plant in Cernavoda. 4 out of 5 concerned engineers, and highly prepared in the nuclear program to attract the young people, like internships and all sorts of help. We also need qualified workers, not just engineers, or also people from the economic system. We need well-prepared people. The accounting and the financial services from my youth are now long gone, so things are much more complicated and much more, how should I put it, the needs are more complicated now. We have the program for scholarships approved for 2021 until 2023. It's related to the nuclear electrica and plant for nuclear fuel in Pitești, and also more in Cernavoda. Qualifications for each 100 newly employed people. We need 35 with university level, energy engineers and nuclear engineers. 10 would be also university expert, special in computers and automation mechanics. So we don't need only nuclear energy experts, but also people able to supervise maintenance and welding work and so on. And then other specializations like economists, chemistry, environment, then people from with high school studies, technical, electrical, energy, and mechanical, and also environment, energy mechanics, documentation, and also drivers. So drivers are also very important. Actions implemented at the nuclear power plant in Cernavoda. We have updated the analysis on functional groups. We have redesigned the organizational chart of the power plant in Cernavoda based on the conclusions on functional groups and area of responsibilities. We have established required personnel. We have estimated the loss of personnel due to retirement on 10 years. When we estimated the required personnel for the next 10 years and identified the sources to cover the personnel needed, and also the annual program for 2022. Conclusions concerning the plant, analysis and estimates on the required staff or personnel for 2022-2031. We concentrate on the first 2 years. The peak would be in 2022. We expect about 480. It's the people with high school studies and university studies, as already mentioned, and we want to provide a degree of coverage for the organizational chart. We need in 2022-2031 we need have 3 major directions, like 40%, 45% engineers, and 16% repair people, and operating personnel 16%. So we will update the personnel this year after designing the structure during the second period of refurbishing of the second unit. We still haven't decided whether we'll have a whole package or maybe a general contract. It's not so sure. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank Mrs. Laura Blaga, Director of the Strategy of Human Resources from Nuclear Electrica, recently joined our team, and Mr. Valentin Aia, the Director of the Nuclear Power Plant in Cernavoda, for their support. I usually make the presentations by myself, but this time, due to time reasons, I did it last night. I hope it's okay, and thank you. If you allow me, if there are any questions, because in the next 10 to 15 minutes I'd like to leave. I agree, as a moderator. Thank you. Thank you so much. Considering what you said in the beginning of your presentations about the appetite of the young people to work in the nuclear sector, just to mention 2 issues I've noted when discussing with my colleagues. Thank you. I think we should somehow the nuclear electrica should be more insisting, maybe in order to make this activity more acceptable socially, because there is a hesitation of the young people. Because if I were a graduate in the energy sector, I would have several options pragmatically speaking, for my own career, I would orient myself. I will go to new technologies like hydrogen or renewables, because I think maybe in 5 to 10 years, although the nuclear energy is branded as acceptable, maybe on the long run I will remain jobless. So anyway, there should be more social acceptance. We need a awareness campaign in order to explain perhaps how high or how low the risks in the nuclear field. Especially the recent technologies which we want to implement in Romania and which we have already presented in the other panels. Of course, you're right. We need to intensify this awareness campaign, and we do consider a better campaign for a better knowledge about what happens in Cernavoda. From the point of view of the social acceptance, the opinion polls ordered by Nuclear Electrica with independent companies, which so these polls are very favorable, and most importantly for the Cernavoda area. Also, we are starting a campaign in the area of the new place of activity in Doicești, and we have talks with the local department council. They are interested in having this technology in their county, but they want to work on this campaign. And we have the experience in this area. I have personal experience when I organized awareness campaigns for the second unit in Cernavoda, so which are mandatory also from the environment point of view, or for the people who are going to finance us. I was the leader in these campaigns. We had opposition. There was a Greenpeace, a very aggressive Greenpeace opposition, but it didn't catch, so to speak, to the masses, which was pretty good for us. Of course, don't look at me. I have a certain age and less time in front of me, but let's not forget that the central company, in the central center of the company, the headquarters, there are a lot of young people who are interested in taking the nuclear energy further. I'm not going into details. We had meetings at the Polytechnic University. We had a talk about recruitment, and all the companies were there and presented their points of view. We were present in other faculties, at the energy faculty, and we are available to be active on this line and have talks with smaller groups, like seminars with 10 to 15 people. We can have very open discussions, open debates. They can put all the questions, and we give them the honest answers. Are there any other questions?
Andeho.
Mr. Pro-Rector was speaking about the meetings lately. I think the result of our discussion with the general manager of the nuclear energy section at the Polytechnic University was that we are confronted with an important crisis in our personnel, and we need some very quick actions, because we need at least 2 groups of nuclear students in the energy faculty. The most serious obstacle for us it's the lack of human resources. In the Consultative Council for the Sustainable Development in the Romanian government, we also discussed, and it's very difficult to explain to the stakeholders in the government that the nuclear program brought to Romania the most important progress for the quality assurance program. In the 90s, we turned around the experience, we returned the experience and expertise we got from the national energy system. At the beginning of the 90s, we had the experts sent to Canada for schooling, and we brought back to all our the units of the national energy system the quality. We brought the quality system. We have difficulties in extending this system. I told them that the government has to and the central and local authorities must adopt this system of the quality management system. We had debates with Mr. Curaj and Prisakaru, who are the responsibles for the education chapter in the sustainable development, to organize at national level the theme of standardization. So we learned about the technical standards from the technical drawing. Now standards are hundreds of pages. They can't be printed because they would be too thick. The colleagues from Astro, 30% of the energy companies are they must use the standards. Engineers must be acquainted with the standards. It was very badly understood in Romania the need to go from the standard obligation to their voluntary use. Because standards are voluntary in order to obtain a high level of certification acknowledged by the Romanian RENAR. This is a minimum threshold. You can't avoid standards in your work. Mr. Rushes knows it very well. They are in the production domain, and he knows the difficulties. So digitalization the digital transformation can only be done by using international standards. We had some talks in the last 6 months with the National Statistics Institute with the 300 indicators for the sustainable development. We encountered an incredible resistance. Mr. Wild, excuse me, with all due respect, please ask the question. Now, this is a comment which means that all the higher education institutes should come together and associate, and we should all reconsider our position towards the standards. So I hope that Nuclear Electrica will support this increase in the schooling numbers of the number of students being trained. The causes were very well presented by Mr. Chirica. We do discuss them in a friendly manner there as shareholders. I'm sorry. Please, Mr. Chirica, can you... I do appreciate the comment of Mr. Wild. We are old friends, but yeah, sometimes we don't get along very well, but we are nevertheless good friends. We are preoccupied with the quality in the nuclear field, and the supply chain was not included when they went to the Standardization Institute. But we do have a very comprehensive package of regulations from the National Committee for the Nuclear Energy, from what the chairman of our National Agency for Nuclear and Radioactive Waste. I mean, I don't think they have a nuclear energy expert in the authority. I mean, they have to manage two repositories of nuclear materials. So Yeah, thank you. If there are no more questions, thank you very much. I had a great time these days. It's about 1.5 day of work, and now please allow me to leave. It was an impressive presentation of Mr. Chirica as usual, and thank you and good luck, Mr. Chirica. Now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Pentiuc. Please, Professor. Good hello to everyone. Thank you to the organizers for this opportunity for the University Ștefan cel Mare in Suceava. Only due to this fact I got to be a member of this panel. I'm very honored. In Bukovina, in the north of the country, I can only give you some coordinates of our university, which historically speaking and from the education point of view is supposed to be a continuation of the university in Czernowitz, an university which gave valuable people to the Romanian society. We have 10,000 students. We have an engineering and computer faculty, which has a energy management studies department. Our university continues the performances of the former universities from Suceava. People here in the room, there are people who know these the achievements. This university in Suceava was a very important unit in the energy education and performance in this field. Of course, considering all these things, when we speak about energy transition in universities and when we speak about the transition of the energy, of course, I would be interested in touching for some of these themes. I'm very I enjoy very much the debates, because in the last foreign conferences I was always present, and I think it's very important for us. The energy studies are meant for young people or big children interested in energy, or to people who come from families involved in energy. In the beginning of FOREN, there was a question whether we are optimistic about the situation in Moldova. There are 6 counties, Suceava, Botoșani, Iași, Bacău, and Vaslui, which, electrically speaking, were taken over by the E.ON companies. Each of these counties had at least 1,000 persons each with active in the energy field. We had about 300 in the center, 300 for building side of the network services, and another 300 dealing with maintenance and intervention works. Well, from these 1,000 people, say about 500, 1,500, we only have a few dozen left. If we think that 6,000 families or 6,000 children do not enjoy the tradition, or have stopped enjoying the tradition or information or relationships in the energy electricity field. So as Mr. Chirica said, he was menacing us that energy security will be a serious issue. But this is acquired from your teen years. Of course, the 6,000 families are no longer there who could teach their children the energy, but the workplaces in the energy field are not there anymore. So let me just tell you, or maybe as a warning, the number of kids in universities who are attracted to energy studies is very low. As the number of kids interested in energy is lower, the quality of those experts, very good experts in the energy fields, is also very low. Of course, maybe we should have some reports, or I'm sick of the paperwork. I would like to look at the grassroots situation and the actual facts. The energy programs are not interesting for pupils or students anymore. Including when they, you see, even people, even kids who leave the high schools are not interested. So in this context, when the passion for energy in Romania is now lower, and because the difficulty of mathematics makes the attractivity for polytechnical studies and energy studies, so this is really a problem. We have attempted to change the names of the study programs in the energy with the more attractive names. Maybe it's a solution. That's why I would like to speak to Mr. Chirică generically, or the partnership of industry of the bipole industry school. We are not dealing only with the university graduates, but also students from the pre-university systems, so as to show them the perspectives, the news, you know, the new paradigm in the energy field, because we have to prepare them from their very first young years. So we should be attractive for children, and we would like the graduates from the energy area we would like them to work in prestigious societies. But now there is a situation we do expect from the companies to come to us and help us by offering us themes for the graduation, for the doctor's studies or master studies, so as to allow us to educate and train the future graduates for the 3 university cycles, 3 study cycles, to allow them to get a job with the companies. Of course, there will be someone who will talk to us about this. There are very interesting themes, authorization in the energy area, or audit, in the energy audit, and so on. In the organizational chart, for 20,000 people, we should have responsible for the energy efficiency. But this just doesn't happen. I was last week. I was at the conference in Bușteni, and they proposed that the chief architect of the county should be a member of the county council, also as expert in the energy studies, because the entire structure of mentality and the thought structure of is now changed. And the National Plan for Recovery, the PNRR, we provide about 6 billion euros for this. Apparently, this is it's a very good, you know, like this. It's about billions of euros, which is a lot of money. But let me tell you that the decision makers and Mr. Prorector will consider this, and we will support each other. Let me just give you the following information, or let me just tell you, the beneficiaries in the energy sector can be trading companies who can offer a savings of 30%, and who can lower their gas and contamination. by 30%. If you make your own analysis, it's impossible for a company, for a trading company, by a project within 1 year, they cannot lower their energy consumption by 30% or energy for that matter, and greenhouse gas by 30%. That's extraordinary. So it will be extremely difficult to spend this money. Apparently, it's a lot of money, which might bring workplaces and investment possibilities. But a savings of 30%, that's 1/3 of the consumption of a trading company, to lower it, you just can't lower it in one year. No, it's impossible. Excuse me. Nothing is impossible. But I mean, in 1 year, to lower the consumption by 30 years in a commercial company, trading company, this is not feasible. Let me tell you, there was an error, and I think we should find ways and manners to have a calculation, but up to 30,000, and to allow us also the less reduction. I think FOREN is very interesting, it is important, and I think that the spirit and the ideas from FOREN should be taken over and transposed further to the energy field in our country, and we should be optimistic, just as we wanted to be when opening this this meeting. Thank you, Professor. Can I give now the floor to can you hear me?
Probably. Okay. Thank you. The presentation, I have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm Ion Virgil. I am in the National Qualification Agency, National Qualification Registry in Higher Education. Thank you for the remote control. In the National Qualification Agency, this National Qualification Registry in Higher Education has existed for 10 years. In 2015, it was regulated, and this registry or application is an instrument for more transparency of all qualifications and study programs in higher education. All study programs in higher education, as you know, are regulated according to a government decision where these programs appear as accredited by ARACIS or another institution internationally accredited like RECAR. I'm going to show you today not many details, particularly about two areas of study. The government decision classifies study programs in BA and MA. 77 for MA, for example. Within these this government decision, there are two fields of study related to energy: energetics and electric engineering. They are separate from each other. Within RENECIS, we, the National Qualification Agency, are correlating these study programs organized by universities with some international classifications as required by the European Commission for recognizing qualifications. Among these international qualifications are also ISCO, the International Occupational Standard, ESCO, another international European classification of occupations, competencies and skills, and ISCHED, another international classification of fields of study. In Romania, today, this ISCHED does not exist, and many study programs in Romania in energy fields, electric engineering, even chemistry, as Mr. Chirică mentioned, mechatronics, chemistry, physics are reported and have employees. All these programs in these fields, up to the National Qualification Registry, all of them were wrongly reported to the European Commission. Now, because due to this registry, all technical universities in Romania have managed to correlate the field study in the government decision with this CED. Now, speaking about energy only, there are 24 study programs for master program and 32 for BA, only in the field of energy, 32. Among these study programs related to energy, the reporting is done in relation to all the programs of study in all universities in Romania, in all engineering fields, all fields of engineering. Energy is 3% only, and we shall see how much is electric energy engineering. Out of 36 study programs, 9 are unique BA programs and 21 master programs. A unique program means without various organization forms, languages of teaching, because it can be taught in 3 languages, organized in 3 forms. Distance learning, frequency learning, or no frequency learning, or no attendance. So the unique BA programs are the following: thermoenergetics, management of engineering, engineering of electro-engineering programs, industrial engineering, engineering and energy and IT, environment, hydroenergy, and energy and engineering of fluids. There are single master degree programs, such as Professor Pentiuc said, audit management, various other things, management or leadership. Well, these are master program redesigned so as to be much more attractive and desired by students once they take the baccalaureate and they apply for university. These master programs are unique, but they can be organized in Romanian or English. Universities organizing those programs on energy, Bucharest University, Technical University of Iași, of Cluj, of Oradea, not just technical universities have study programs on energy, and not all universities. There are universities such as Pitești University or Valahia in Târgoviște, Alexandria in Bacău, which are not technical but include technical programs on energy. All of these programs registered in RNECIS include for each program an occupation. The occupation is listed in the occupational list. Universities must include the occupation under the program, access to what occupations. If you talk about energy, the occupation is 2151, 2152, 2153, this basic group in the classification of occupations. This basic group is specific to energy engineers. Within the National Registry of Qualifications, I said also appear occupations in ESCO, the international standard, for occupations, competencies and skills. ESCO is very much praised by the European Commission. EU member states can take it and use it, use all the competencies within it under the study programs in higher education. I'm not going into details, but each study program, in our case, have an additional supplement to the diploma with some competencies. If you read them, in correlation with what the market, the labor market requires, you'll see some discrepancy. ESCO right now has some competencies which are green, required by the European Commission, a framework at the level of the European Commission, developing green competencies required on the labor market, and they exist. They must only be taken by universities into their study programs. Occupations are under energy programs, water system engineer, energy engineering. Well, the energy engineer does not exist in the classification. Energy specialist, renewable energy specialist, the last one was introduced into the classification this year. Harmonization with ISCO, ESCO in 2025 and 2030 will be done within a project we're running. The aim is to analyze all the qualifications in the European Commission, and we discovered, although we are under Bologna system, in many countries like Germany, France, there is this tendency of not giving them a title of engineer before 5 years. After 3 years they get a certification, we get a diploma of engineer, the graduate gets the engineer diploma. Master degree, usually they get a level 7 QF diploma. In other countries they get the title of engineer only after getting the master degree. In electric engineering, there are several study programs, 35, 81 master degree. Total number is 5%. Therefore, if we talk about energy and engineering, electric engineering, the two in the government decision, these programs are 8% of the total engineering programs, all of them in the government decision. Out of 81 programs, only 7 are for BA, 35 altogether, 7 are unique. So there is a big diversification for education forms. The unique BA for electric engineering are electrotechnics, engineering and computers, electromechanics, electric systems, electronic power electronics, instruments and data acquisition, informatics applied in electric engineering. There are also master programs. On the right side, only some of them. Modern techniques for assisted design, advanced electric engineer systems, advanced systems for industrial electric engineering, and so on. 30 master programs, unique programs, 81 together. Universities, Bucharest Universities has most programs, 297 or 300. OTCM, Gheorghesaki, Craiova, Polytechnic, Timișoara, Lower Danube, Valahia, Târgoviște, Petroșani University, Blaga University in Sibiu has philology but also electric engineering, Mircea cel Bătrân, Constanța, Oil and Gas in Ploiești, Babeș-Bolyai University, last year I think, took another university from Reșița, and some engineering programs as well. Distribution of occupations, you will see the same group, basic groups as energy, and let me say the two fields from my point of view are pointless. It's pointless to separate them. There should be only one field. which is what happens in Isched. Only in our case, there are 2 fields of study. Conclusions on this field and in general. After 2030, there will be, or should exist, BA 3-year programs, energo-electrician engineering, or you can give him another name, 2 specializations, electricity or energy, master degree or continuous training at post-university level. This continuous post-university training, maybe you've heard about the micro-credentials, partial certifications. In the end, according to the definition, they should get more micro-certifications and create 1 qualification. This is the view of the European Commission. We have implemented post-university programs, over 410 or 20 post-university programs. Many of them are under engineering as well. At the same time, harmonization with ESCO will lead to a reduced number of specializations. Everyone knows it. I was rereading the government decision today. 5,000 places for technical universities in technical fields in Romania at the moment, 63,000 from the state budget for that, not more. This presentation is only the surface. I tried to tell you that there is a large number of programs, 5,000 altogether, of studies of programs registered in Romania, the same as in the government decision. The offer of universities is vast. All those students who want to apply to universities may be flabbergasted, may be confused by the number of programs. It is certain, however, that this wide range of specializations can make many of them, many students, future students, more reluctant to apply to that university in respect to what the market is requesting. All those specializations may not be fully correlated with what the market requires. That's why you need a reduction or at least an analysis of these specializations and to restructure them so that they correspond to the demand of the labor market. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we should say for BA programs, you mentioned 1,600 specializations in Ischet and so on, international basis. For BA, just 20, I think. Well, I'm not sure, but if you ask in our government decisions, there are 6 major fields, and the National Institute of Statistics must report them, all 6, to the 10 fields of study under Isched. So somewhere there is a mismatch. Engineering, well, there is a engineering science fundamental field in the government decision. There is a field, 07 in Isched. Yes, it is for engineering in Isched. Not many, maybe 18. We had 1,600 programs. Well, you need to correlate them with the 18. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here today. And I have not prepared a specific presentation about a project that I'm doing, but rather I decided to take the opportunity take notes during this and really react to some of the challenges that we're facing in Central and Eastern Europe today. So now our first speaker really asks about our preparedness for the energy transition within higher education. And the first thing that I'd like to address for that is, what is the purpose of the higher education? Who do the universities serve? Because in one of the challenges, for instance, is, you know, if not enough students are doing energy. If you serve the students and you serve the customers, then actually why is that a problem? Then you do a different course. Now, another thing that you could say is maybe the universities, they serve the industry. It's about creating preparedness for industry and the quality of the education, making sure that the industry have people that have a certain level or ability before that they are ready to go out to work. And the industry is saying, hang on a second, at the moment, you know, we are having challenges with the kind of lifelong learning. You know, it takes 15 years to become a chief operator. We've just heard about micro-credentials being needed, post-certifications. And what I'd like to suggest, actually, is the universities don't necessarily serve the industry, although that they do. Of course, the research projects that they do a lot is led by the industry funding the research. But and they don't necessarily serve the students, but they serve a higher purpose. They serve society. Because when we're talking about energy, in this case, energy serves society. Energy is more important than the individual wish of a student to choose one career or another career. We've got to go back to the beginning. The first industrial revolution was powered by water and steam power. The second industrial revolution was powered by electricity. These are the things that have driven the quality of life that we have now, that caused massive transformations in industry. As mentioned by another one of our speakers, a lot of blame goes to oil and gas for the carbon emissions that we have, and engineers around the world have been involved in that. But we've got to remember, oil and gas has given us the living standard that we have today. Again, energy. And that is why energy is so crucial. And when we look at the countries that have a lack of development, a lack of industry, what is the underlying problem there? If we're looking at, for instance, Africa, the underlying problem is a lack of energy. And that's why businesses are not going there. And so when we're trying to address, for instance, a skills shortage now, I'm saying, also another one of our speakers, we need to go back to the grassroots. Yes, because actually it is the job of the industry, but it is also the job of the universities, if they're serving a higher purpose, to make sure that we have enough numbers. If we have less numbers, it affects the quality, absolutely. If we do not have enough people in energy going to the universities, we have less funded universities, we have a lower selection of students. You know, they say rubbish in, rubbish out, and that is what it is. So in that case, I would propose that actually there should be an intensification of campaigns. Just as one of our people in the audience asked the director of the nuclear, he said, people don't want to go into nuclear because of the association. Actually, a lot of people don't want to go into energy because of the association. There are more attractive and fancy-sounding jobs. How do we change that socially? That takes a collaboration with industry, that takes a collaboration with government, with societies, with schools. That takes universities also taking the lead and getting involved in the grassroots. And now, one of the questions that comes to mind when we're saying we're saving a higher society is what should be in the programme. As our first speaker said, we need to be more flexible, right? There is a change in the economic environment. There's a change happening outside, and as universities, as in the higher education, we need to be able to react to that change, but I would go one step further. We need to be proactive. We need to be ahead of the change, because universities, rather, they have led some of the innovations that we have today. They have not only been reactive to saying this is what the industry wants, but they have been already there, ready. You know, when we're talking about even the COVID vaccine, Moderna was spun out of a university. We're talking about Oxford partnering with AstraZeneca to make the COVID vaccine. This is just happening right now. Universities are crucial to our innovation, and they're crucial to take a leading role. And now when we're talking about, the industries and the skills that are in the future, they're not necessarily the industries and the skills that we have now. And that means the universities are going to need to take a leap of faith and make people ready for the future. And that future can be in digitalization, but within energy, that future can be looking at new technologies. As one of our speakers mentioned as well, when we're looking at cars now, it's not just about the traditional combustible fuels. In the future, people may be driving even hydrogen cars. Already we're seeing a lot of biofuels happening. And when we're talking about the energy, the courses that are there now, when we're talking about those, we need to specialize their content with the future in mind, and not the future that necessarily the industry says, but the future of the universities with the research, with the expertise, with the critical mind, say that they want to have. This is the future that we should have, and that's what we should be ready for. You know, reducing emissions in industry, 30% in a year, that sounds impossible, I agree with you, sir. But at some point, we will need to reduce emissions. And do you know what makes it possible to reduce emissions? It's the know-how. And where do people get the know-how again? Universities. All the richest companies in the world right now, they are based on know-how. They're not based on resources. And even when we're looking at what is happening in the Middle East with diversification in Saudi and in UAE, they are also trying to bring the know-how in for the future new technologies and investing massively in technologies such as solar. And when we're talking about actually who we need for energy, we also got to remember that it's not just engineers that we're needing. We have a communications problem within energy, so we're going to need some communications people. We're going to potentially need to be teaching more entrepreneurship within our energy courses, but at the same time we need leaders. And that's why it was great to see from the FABIs that they're doing the MBA in energy. This is a really great initiative that corporates are already going to be involved, because that is going to, you know, propel us into the future. And with this kind of specialization, looking at the energy and having that business knowledge, you will be able to make those strategic helicopter view decisions. And you will also be able to look at some of the more structural problems within an organization. And what we're seeing now sometimes is that we don't have those people yet, and that's why it's important to get those people. And when we don't have those people, what do we do then? We need more collaboration between disciplines, right? So if we don't have all the MBAs in energy yet, then we should have the energy people working with the business people closely. And that needs to already be starting in the universities. We're talking about interdisciplinary projects within maybe interdisciplinary within an engineering specialty, but also interdisciplinary within different courses. Because when people go into industry, actually, they're going to have to deal with a diverse stakeholders. It doesn't matter if your solution is perfect. If nobody's going to use it, you've achieved nothing. And one of the things that I think we need to bring into universities, and one of the things which is also the spirit of this, and I'm really glad to see that you know, this conference has been a lot of involvement of some of the younger people. Fel Romania have been heavily involved in it, is we need to bring in a spirit, that radical spirit of innovation, of disruption, because things change quickly. And what we are seeing sometimes in university courses is we are teaching different things from the stuff that we're researching on. We're teaching established technologies to the first-year students, right? And when they go out and when they finish, then we're saying to them, oh yeah, you've got a great certification. You're certified to do what people were doing 10 years ago. And this is why we need so much learning also after the job. But what we could be doing, because in the same universities, we're researching on the stuff that's happening now, that's going to be happening in the future. We could be bringing some of that into the program as well, and having some of our top researchers doing more, spending more of their time also teaching to bring in, even if it's, because it's hit and miss with research, you never know what's going to win. Even if the technology doesn't come, it's the mindset that you've created in those students, and that kind of continuous understanding to learn. I think another thing that we've come into that continuous learning, which is such a big thing, is we need to be offering more programs. Because frankly, if we need to keep learning after university, where are we getting these micro-credentials from? Who's teaching these micro-credentials? You know, our standard program now is, you know, 3 years, 4 years, and then you're done, and then it's up to your boss to figure it out, or you learn on the job half. But if we want to really accelerate the quality of the people that we have out there, the people that are making the difference, then university could play a role in offering, in specifically energy, more of these short courses for those micro-credentials. And that could be a industry joint collaboration. And when we're talking about those micro-credentials, I do actually also believe that there should be more entry points. So, as we know, we don't only need, you know, people who've got a master's. In some cases, it will be apprentices that have worked their way up to electrician. And when we're doing these short courses, this can be a great opportunity to create content which is also for those people that are heavily needed, whether it's energy electricians, whether it's other types of technicians, mechanics, that are also heavily needed within the energy industry. So to sum up, really what I'm saying is that universities, they serve a greater purpose, they serve society. And of all of the challenges that we've heard about today, I believe we've got all the right people in this room, and we've got we've already got some of the examples of ways in which it's being addressed. So what we need really is to come after this stage and for people to shake hands, discuss, and make action happen to really change the future. So next time you come on and talk, and you say, oh yeah, we talk every 2 years, and every year, what's changed? You'll come on, speaker, and you will say, actually, this last year there was such a radical change, and we were able to make a lot of progress.
Many thanks, sir. I will continue on English in order to give a first feedback. And yeah, really impressive what you told us. And we have in the industry solution. You talk a lot about new to think out of the box. We are facing energy transformation in the next years. The old-fashioned energy will be not there anymore. That's why for energy transformation you have to be agile. And you said something that I will stress now. Maybe the technology will not come. No, the technology will come no matter what we will do. If we will be agile, we will be able to take this technology also in Romania. And many thanks. It was really impressive, your speech. Thank you. And și am ajuns
now, so thank you, and now we are at the end of the conference. We have a last topic close to my heart. My colleague Fabriz Sebastian Enache, Director of Monson Alma. Fabriz, you have the floor. Let me try to get up because this chair is sticky. Thank you, and I hope it was a good strategy, or maybe it was wrong for me to be the last speaker. I'll try to be short, speak about renewables and skills, how they will transform the energy sector, how the experts in energy will turn into experts for renewables. I need a remote, thank you. We have to talk at the end, so very good. I'll talk to you about tell you something more interesting. The energy transition must be just, and there is not much time. We need people enough to build and operate what we are trying. The energy system, it's a great need, as it has been said. People don't realize, some of them us do, realize how big is this need. Monson, speak about grassroots, we are building, at the end of the day, probably half the renewables in Romania, 10,000, 12,000 megawatts in 2030. We have designed half of them and built. So I'm talking at the level of grassroots, administration board of the Romanian Wind Association and photovoltaic energy. Very often I'm talking with the European Commission on jobs and energy transition. We'll talk about jobs and what we are doing on the Jiu Valley. You know, we talk about this in our master course. It's more than just a university. I'm a graduate of energy, hydroenergetic department in Bucharest Polytechnical University. 80% of what I learned, 80% I used in my job. Been working 18 years in renewables. I've done it all, design and everything. I can give feedback. Main thing is what will happen in the future. There will be many capacities, renewables, nuclear, but on renewables, as you know on this chart, our estimate in our industry is there will be at least 14,000 new megawatts installed. Because we work in energy, we know capacity factor or efficiency is about 30–40%. That will not be a installed capacity to make 14,000, but it will be a right mix of energy. We hope Transelectrica will allow for storage facilities. I need to mention storage legislation and capacity. We need to make it more efficient. From our point of view and our plans for renewables, which is not subsidized by the government, no connection to regulations, but right now working on grid parity that is self-sustained. Conclusion is 2024, it will not be enough, not enough labor force to install all the capacities that we want to install. Starting this year, already 500 megawatts are being installed, photovoltaic parks. Next year, probably we shall build 1,000 megawatts photovoltaic and wind energy, and at the end of 2030, probably out of 14,000 megawatts installed, 65% photovoltaic, 35 wind. Different, now it's 30% photovoltaic. So why it will be the other way around? Because in order to install this capacity, our industry says we need 30,000 new jobs, not the 20,000 specialists, but simply jobs created by energy transition, newly created jobs, or, very importantly, reconversion, professional reconversion, correctly done, or upskilling that we mention in our master course. Together with the Romanian Energy Association, Ministry of Energy, Oltenia Complex, Hunedoara Complex, and other employers in areas which are already in energy transition, we have initiated the Renew Achel program aimed at specializing 800 people who live there and who are working in areas where mines will close, power stations will close, and so on. The traditional ones, I mean. Since we've initiated this program, the needs has increased exponentially. 2 years ago, we tried to because courses are free, okay? 5,000 euro is one course by Renew Acad. Requests were very high, but after the prosumers and the resilience and recovery plan and change of strategy of energy companies, the demand has increased exponentially. They are enormous. In Constanța, we have the biggest training center for renewables in southeastern Europe, both for Romania and for neighboring countries. We train 3,000 experts, specialists in wind and photovoltaic, international certifications. And I'm looking at Mr. Virgil, we can talk about it. The renewables industry is well regulated using international standards, but which we have not been able to introduce in Romania. The industry of renewables today operates on semi-standards. Legislation for health and safety at work is not in line. Industry did want for a long time to work with the authorities. I can give you cases when the legislation says every windmill must have 2 fire extinguishers up and down in the turbine, and for 1,000 turbines and 2,000 extinguishers, this is a big effort just for someone to go up and check the extinguisher and put a stamp. So these are really, we need to be in line. So international training courses in our center, which are everywhere in European Union and worldwide. Global Wind Organization is the organization regulating internationally the qualifications in renewable energy and health and safety at work. There are programs of a few days. The advantage of renewables, and I'm talking about Renew Acad, based on three big subjects: electrical part, mechanical part, and hydraulic part. If you are a graduate of mechanic, electric, or hydraulic, in a couple of months you can be employed and know basic level in any activity on renewables. Next year, very importantly, to work on the standards. We work with the Ministry of Labor for 3 years for occupational standards and the nomenclature of jobs, offshore and onshore for wind and photovoltaic to be introduced. And a side note, I have a lot to say. I'm trying to say interesting things. 2,000 of the people in oil and gas offshore have moved to offshore windmills. Just one word. Somebody else is online. You're not the last speaker, so maybe we give them 10 minutes also for questions. So let's make it shorter. Yes, just the professions in wind and photovoltaic. And I want to say 25,000 new jobs must be filled by 2026. This is really necessary. In 3 months, specialization programs, upskilling qualifications. Any engineer or technical graduate can learn the profession, and separately by aligning the curriculum, the occupational standards, we need to do something very fast, because if we start now, by 2026 it's quite late. So we are trying to move faster for the standards. Thank you very much. Thank you, congratulations for what you are trying, the efforts together with your organization. Let me give the floor to Mr. Voronka, who is online. Can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me? Not so well. Today I have a presentation. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. I came to this conference first time when I was a kid with my parents. Now I'm coming as a speaker. I will do a share screen with my presentation. Can you confirm if it is visible? Yes, it's visible. Thank you. On behalf of FEL, I will present NPRO project very briefly, because I'm the last speaker and you have other things later. So I'm Ștefan Dominic Voronca, KFT. I did my bachelor Energy University, Alze Métiers Paris-Tech, then PhD in Strasbourg. I'm a researcher post-PhD in France, postdoctoral researcher and project manager in this Future Energy Leaders project. This is the team of wonderful people who helped implement this project, a result of a teamwork, and I take this opportunity to thank them, because without them I could have never achieved what we have achieved. 5 items in my presentation. Why did we create ENPRO? How we implement it? What can it do for Romanian energy industry and academia? Market study and future graduate projects, which might represent a trailer for what's going on. Why we made ENPRO? The algorithm today allow us to process a lot of data very fast. This fast processing allows us automation, which increases efficiency. How to implement ENPRO? Practically, companies come to us, they say we need young people specialized in this program. We find the experts which can do it, algorithms used in the programs. Therefore, the graduates will have skills and know-how in certain programs. We achieve what someone said today, better collaboration between academic environment and companies. That's why we need the companies to tell us what they need, and we, through our experts, we are going to deliver. What can ENPRO do for Romanian industry? Well, job hopping is very fashionable today. Employers can wonder if the person will not leave after being trained 6 months or 1 year later. A solution is, if we have these experts, we have a much wider range of offers for employers. More students will know to work in those programs. If someone leaves, it will be much easier for the company to find a replacement already trained in that program. So competitiveness will increase. When the employees get into the market, the employer can choose among a wider range of potential employees. What can ENPRO do? We feel it's time to invest now. Starting this year in October, first courses, because a market research has shown at the moment the most used program is Microsoft Excel. I'm familiar with Excel. It's my pleasure to teach free any student wanting to learn it. Practically, the demand, because it's a market study to correlate supply and demand, we discovered the most widely used program, maybe you think is not true, but discovered Microsoft Excel is #1 used. Microsoft, then Word, and so on. Now we shall need you to complete this, to fill in this questionnaire. At the end, in the last slide, you will see this QR code. Please scan it with your phones and answer these questions briefly. The time is 150 seconds. It's enormously useful to help us see what programs you are using, the first 3 programs used by you. How many jobs open in your company? How many hours per day to that program? How many training sessions, and so on. This will help us see if we need to intervene. We just want to fill some gaps. Now, future projects first project is micro cogeneration biogas, district heating in one district. Mrs. Bucica took data from Radet. These averages using meteorological data, the difference of temperature, 23 degrees comfort temperature, turning this average into values weighted with meteorological data for 1 year. This heat is used for hot water. Then she created a solution for biogas cogeneration. This one was based on the data provided by the producer. When the degree of charge of the load is 50%, she can say exactly how much energy is produced, electric energy and thermal energy, how much water goes to the consumer in that district, and if there is a surplus, how much energy will go into the grid. Next project, offshore wind, LCOE calculation. Mrs. Ursu has created a function in a per script online calculating automatically LCOE based on these parameters. She worked in Java to make something automatic. Normally it would have been done in Excel. This allowed her to see for each capex, which capacity factor, what will happen with the offshore wind, floating, and Mr. Deciu, third project, efficient house, distribution of temperature on x-axis, centralizing based on meteorological data for 1 year, the heat entering and exiting a house in 1 year. You see that starting, you need air conditioning in summer. You see how much, what power is necessary for the air conditioning. And right now, these calculations in design. Another project, Mrs. Stoyan wanted to connect her commune to the gas network, Hârșova commune. People are now getting gas from some recipients. This is a feasibility study with many networks. So this is a chart, a graph. Actually, she managed to centralize each interaction of these points, centralizing the data, seeing if points meet. Practically, the 3 points were connected, and she could calculate entry pressure, exit pressure, based on the entry pressure in the circuit from the network. Another project, Mrs. Stefan and her Dynotech collaboration, reducing radial thermal power losses. This study where the company wants to show in this, sorry, cannot hear. Thank you. Can you go to the conclusions? Yes, just 2 more slides. 2 more slides. Mr. Stefan makes this study to see the loss and centralized by applying this insulation. And finally, the last project, Mr. Ungurean wanted to see what we get if we put urban PV as prosumers on one flat. Economic and technical factor, payback, and so on. Okay, he downloaded all the database, Romania Auto Park, and see what happens if a percentage is replaced by electric vehicles. What happens with the carbon emissions when a certain percentage in the auto fleet is replaced by electric fleet? 20 models of electric cars, or depending on the distance, how many stops are necessary for fast charging, what is the extra time for these chargings. Thank you. This is the team, and I'm proud to be part of this team. If you want, I invite you to complete this questionnaire. Thank you. Thank you, Stefan. Very interesting activity, interesting what you're doing. Congratulations. Now we have some short time for questions. If you have questions on the presentations made today, electric engineering, Pandora's box. CANDU technology, now we move to SMR, which are PVRs, but we are looking after 2028, 2030 to fusion. And we need engineers to cover all this spectrum. I'm not sure if Mr. Constantin from Pitești has left. ICSI colleagues are here. So this is an important area here. We are complaining we have 1,600, but we need a lot in the nuclear field. Energy serves society. Before 1989, we have a centralized economy, and universities did serve society. Society said how many specialists were needed, and universities trained that many people. Well, now we're going to France, and we discover in the university-industry relationship. Universities in France had transfer centers. They said, this is my issue. University said, yeah, I have some students in my PhD school. I can ask them to work on that. You pay me, I give them scholarships, and I give you the solution. Well, as a parent of my son is a student, I interacted with a Swiss university, and they said, I'm not talking to you, I'm discussing with the student. Yeah, but I'm paying. No, my partner is the student. So they negotiated with the student. So it was a contractual relation. University supplied services, transferring know-how to an individual who wanted to use the services paid by his father to become a better man in society. So we are now thinking about the relation between industry and university and how to do so that the product of the university should be fit for the industry. Question is how and what level and when can we move on, because this is a pragmatic relation. But how can we say, yes, university does serve society? This is part of the transformation. Companies try to maximize the profit of the shareholders, Sustainable development, however, says a company must be audited from the point of view of profitability, that's the duty towards shareholders, but also towards the environment and sustainability as to the debt to society. Societies are transforming in order to highlight certain aspects. After solving the service to individuals and service provided to the industry, in order to talk about sustainability and serving society. Just a few comments on what has been discussed today. This is a transition period. The need of labor is great. The context is that there is a deficit of labor force, a deficit of graduates from high school going to technical universities, and the issue of critical infrastructure. And this must be solved This requires several years. If we apply the old rules of higher education, which is not so dynamic, because a master program needs approvals, RHIs, companies also, like universities, need to find new solutions. Postgraduate courses can be efficient for both entities, university and company. And this is quite fashionable to have study programs made by experts of companies who know what they need, with the professors, the teachers, making specific programs for immediate needs, because that's the point. This is a way to solve the issue. Of course, MBA programs are good, master programs are good, but in parallel, it's possible to have this emergency solution, as I've just proposed, to have these ad hoc teams made of company experts and professors. Yes, this is already happening. It's just happening. Before you mentioned, I also said, you may have missed, the Polytechnic University, we are making programs with experts who will come in this autumn in a certain 2 every month, 2 people every month, world level specialists, technological transfer, teaching in laboratories. That's what we are trying, to be agile and not wait for legislation of RHIs. But yes, you're right, thank you. We are open, and I believe in projects. As long as there will be projects coming to Romania of the size of the project that I'm a part of my company, such projects will be implemented and programs as well. Good luck. Thank you. Other interventions, questions, comments? Or I give the floor to Prorector to draw a conclusion of this panel. Thank you, Director. Thank you all for the participation. I believe this has been a good meeting and primarily opening perspectives for future collaboration between universities and companies. The important steps the director has mentioned, one example, but I'm sure all the universities present here have such collaborations and projects. I'm sure it is obvious for everyone that without the economic environment, education cannot develop and cannot advance in the direction that we all want. We need well-trained personnel, and what is happening in the Romanian industry, and not only. Obviously, the university is working for society. I don't think it's possible to have another kind of result, our activity, and like Mr. Enache just said, university studies which were helpful in his work. Maybe some people don't realize, maybe some students may not understand why they are learning things, but gradually these things become definitely useful. It is very good. We could organize today this event in FOREN. There is a tradition, actually. These discussions were in every edition before, more or less, and we hope to continue along the same lines in the future. Thank you again, and I wish you good luck, success in what you're doing, everyone.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Complexul energetic Oltenia garantează de 40 de ani siguranța sistemului energetic național. Pentru că vântul nu bate în fiecare zi, debitul apelor scade în arșița soarelui și nici soarele nu strălucește tot timpul pe cer. În schimb, cărbunele complexului energetic Oltenia mai poate furniza energie României încă 40 de ani de acum înainte. Și asta doar cu rezervele descoperite până în prezent.
Complexul energetic Oltenia. Energia pământului românesc.
0 plus 1 este egal cu 1, nu? Nu chiar. O idee plus inspirație 0 rămâne doar o idee. Dar la Deloitte știm că 0 plus 1 este infinit. Precum un copac, o idee crește, se dezvoltă în mai multe ramuri și renaște cu fiecare schimbare. Atunci când înveți că adunarea înseamnă creștere, nu te oprești doar la 1 plus 1, ci mergi mai departe, mai adaugi 1 și apoi 2 și poate 3 sau 5 și astfel, asemenea spiralei lui Fibonacci, ideea ta de la început este acum o structură stabilă, care se dezvoltă armonios și este capabilă să susțină orice îți propui. Dincolo de frumusețea din numere, la Deloitte am înțeles că esența succesului sunt oamenii, clienți, colegi, parteneri. Toți suntem o constelație de numere, o constelație de conexiuni. Acesta este universul Deloitte, despre oameni dincolo de numere.
We are Hitachi Energy. We believe in a sustainable energy future for all, where everyday lives are powered by what nature gives freely. How we wake up, visit our friends, buy our food. Our energy future needs to be sustainable, flexible, and secure. And electricity will be the backbone of the entire energy system, underpinning our everyday lives. Climate change, one of the most urgent challenges of our times. Our people are at the forefront of innovation. Together with customers and partners, we're pioneering technologies and solutions to solve this global challenge, to make the promise of the energy transition real. And we're doing it with pace. We're anticipating the future and taking the steps together along the different pathways to progress carbon-neutral society. We're inspired to create a real and positive impact, from connecting communities to reducing carbon emissions throughout the energy system. It's all possible today. We bring diversity of thought and experience and a centuries-long heritage, grown in more than 140 countries, We're committed to advancing a sustainable energy future for today's generation and those to come.
Păi da, au câte. Lasă-le.